Chapter 1044. What exactly is going on? Zhun Xiaoyao's mind went blank. Zhun Xiaoyao, who had always been indifferent and supercilious, thought of everything. For the first time, his heart was a little confused. What exactly was the great tribulation that descended upon the immortal realm and caused quasi-emperors to die in the universe? Why would Jiang Shengyi do such a thing? Zhun Xiaoyao did not understand. He did not understand at all. No matter how smart he was, it was impossible for him to grasp the script and know everything about the future. What exactly was going on with that corner of the future? Would Jiang Shengyi die? Zhun Xiaoyao could not imagine it. No, could this be the inner demon of the tribulation? Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly reacted. He was now transcending the primordial spirit tribulation. Perhaps this so-called corner of the future was actually the inner demon that disturbed his future primordial spirit. It was not impossible. However, Zhun Xiaoyao always subconsciously felt that that corner of the future did not seem to be the inner demon. It was something that could really happen one day in the future. Zhun Xiaoyao asked himself how he would feel if Jiang Shengyi really died for him. He did not want to think about it. You think you can mess with my mind with this illusory corner of the future? Zhun Xiaoyao calmed himself down. His personality and willpower had always been a freak that surpassed ordinary people. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. If they wanted to disturb his mind with just this corner of the future, they would be underestimating him. Even my fate is nothingness. Who can deduce my future? Moreover, I will not allow this to happen. Even if heaven and earth are destroyed and the ages collapse, who dares to bury or destroy the people of Zhun Xiaoyao? Zhun Xiaoyao's mind was completely calm, and he did not waver. That corner of the future also disintegrated into endless light spots in an instant. Then, the light spots gathered on the flower of the future. Gradually, a miniature figure appeared and turned into a little person that was crystal clear like glass, like a miniature version of Zhun Xiaoyao. It was the future primordial spirit. Boom! As the future primordial spirit condensed, 3 nascent spirits sat cross-legged on the 3 Dao flowers in Zhun Xiaoyao's mind. Past, present, future. Zhun Xiaoyao's 3 lives primordial spirits were finally complete and successfully condensed. At the moment when the primordial spirit of 3 lives was completely condensed, the past, present, and future primordial spirits each displayed a section of the law of the soul. Then, the 3 soul laws were pieced together to form a complete law. Soul law. Previously, Zhun Xiaoyao had not condensed the immortal qi of the soul. Now, with the help of the 3 lives primordial spirit, he had directly condensed the law of the soul. This was the 3rd law that Zhun Xiaoyao had mastered. In an instant, Zhun Xiaoyao felt that his cultivation had taken another step forward, reaching the small perfection sovereign realm. Actually, he could still make another breakthrough. However, Zhun Xiaoyao wanted to break through after condensing more laws. That way, the benefits of the breakthrough would be even greater. Zhun Xiaoyao's goal was not to become an ultimate supremacy who controlled 9 laws. He wanted to surpass the ultimate supremacy, just as Zhun Xiaoyao was breaking through. In his secluded cultivation place, the sky was also covered with dark clouds, and there was always thunder and lightning flashing and rumbling. Then, everyone felt a terrifying soul pressure pouring out from the secluded cultivation place, causing their nascent spirits to tremble. What a terrifying pressure! It's from the war god's side. Let's go take a look. The strange situation in the secluded cultivation place undoubtedly attracted a large number of disciples from the War God Academy. Outside the secluded cultivation place, Fei Qingxue blocked everyone. Please do us a favor, we don't want to disturb the War God, we just want to admire him from afar, a disciple with a higher status said. Master is cultivating, no one is allowed to enter, Fei Qingxue said firmly. This is too much, we just want to learn from the War God's experience of breaking through. A genius from the Boundary Emperor clan frowned. In front of Zhun Xiaoyao, they were naturally very humble. But Fei Qingxue was just a princess of a small royal clan. If not for her identity as Zhun Xiaoyao's servant, she was nothing in this academy. You! Fei Qingxue gritted her teeth, and a cold aura surged around her. She wanted to activate her ice Dao bone. However, just as everyone was about to break in to take a look, suddenly, everyone felt a terrifying murderous intent. That murderous intent seemed to freeze their hearts. Even that genius from the Boundary Emperor clan felt the same. Who dares to disturb the young master? A girl in a red dress said in an indifferent voice. Her blood-red eyes, which seemed to be condensed from blood, bloomed with a soul-stirring cold light. Mahakala. Su Hongi, seeing the girl appear, that genius from the Boundary Emperor clan felt his hair stand on end. Su Hongi was one of the 6 kings, and it was no secret that she was Mahakala. Causing trouble in the young master's secluded cultivation place, Dai. A blood-red datura flower bloomed in Su Hongi's red eyes, and she was about to attack. However, splat. A black sickle struck from behind, cleaving the quasi-emperor race prodigy into 2 halves. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, even Su Hongi was stunned. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the sides like a watermelon. A girl in a black silk dress, with her slender arms and legs wrapped in bandages, holding a scythe of the death god, walked over with blood and bones in her hand. Who else could it be but Shen Yu? Gulp. All the surrounding geniuses swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time. Zhang Xiaoyao's followers were not only beautiful girls. Each one was more ruthless than the last. They were all evil people. Why aren't you scramming? Shen Yu's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. As someone from an assassin organization, her murderous intent was naturally not weak. We'll leave now. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. As for the dead genius from the Boundary Emperor clan, no one even came to collect his corpse. The Boundary Emperor clan behind him did not dare to cause trouble for Zhang Xiaoyao. Su Hongi looked at Shen Yu and frowned slightly. She recognized Shen Yu. She was the girl who was rescued by Zhang Xiaoyao on the day of the heavenly selection meeting. We're all working for the young master, Shen Yu replied indifferently. Their gazes met in the void. To a certain extent, their temperaments were somewhat similar. One was like the demon queen in red, the other was like the dark night goddess of slaughter. One had the power of the heavenly god Mahakala, while the other had a special mortal body that could devour all Daos. Fei Qingxue looked at the 2 girls. For some reason, she felt that they seemed to want to compete and compete. When the storm outside calmed down, in the seclusion grounds, Zhang Xiaoyao opened his eyes. His aura was now much stronger than before. His realm had reached the lesser perfection supreme realm. His primordial spirit had reached the greater perfection boundless realm. He had condensed his future primordial spirit. 3 primordial spirits had gathered. He had condensed the law of souls. It could be said that Zhang Xiaoyao had improved a lot with the help of the soul book this time. However, that corner of the future still made Zhang Xiaoyao fall into deep thought. A moment later, Zhang Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled. Fine, why bother so much? I, Zhang Xiaoyao, don't believe in fate. Zhang Xiaoyao had gotten over it. It was useless to think about it now. Increasing his strength was the way to go. When his strength reached the peak of the supreme realm, he could even cross the river of time and even cut it off. Why should he care about that illusory corner of the future? Next, I'll make a trip to the Nirvana Emperor race and find out the karma between the ghost-masked woman and the Nirvana Emperor race. This puzzle has been bothering me for a long time. But before that, I still need to make a trip to Luo Xiangling. After returning, not only did he not visit her, he even went into seclusion and ignored her for a few months. The matter of Luo Xiangling had to be resolved eventually. After resolving the matters of the Nirvana Emperor race and the Avacania lands, Zhang Xiaoyao might have to return to the immortal region. At that time, he might really cut ties with her. Zhang Xiaoyao did not want to let go of a quasi-immortal level expert for nothing. A quasi-immortal level expert was a top-notch expert anywhere. He wanted to pull Luo Xiangling to the monarch imperial court and make her one of his own. Zhang Xiaoyao had a plan in mind. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1045. Zhang Xiaoyao's breakthrough had undoubtedly caused a stir in the Ars Academy. What was that saying again? People who were better than you worked harder than you. Zhang Xiaoyao's performance had undoubtedly given the Ars Academy's disciples a shot of adrenaline. They worked even harder to cultivate. Elder Mu and the others had also come to see Zhang Xiaoyao. They were extremely satisfied with his performance. They even thought that Zhang Xiaoyao could take over the position of the Shanao of Beach in the future and become the new pillar of the Ars Academy. Zhang Xiaoyao only smiled at these praises. He wouldn't stay in the foreign territory forever. There would be a day when he would have a showdown. When that time came, he wondered how these foreign creatures who worshipped him would feel. Zhang Xiaoyao went to the purple bamboo forest where Luo Xiangling was. The bamboo forest was quiet. In the depths, he could see small bridges and flowing water. Although Luo Xiangling said that he was in seclusion and wouldn't see anyone. But if Zhang Xiaoyao wanted to come, no one dared to stop him. He arrived at the courtyard. "Xiangling, do you have time?" Zhang Xiaoyao asked calmly. Although he was here to solve Luo Xiangling's problem, he wouldn't lower his status. He wouldn't be a bootlicker. After he said that, there was no movement in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaoyao paused for a moment and laughed. He turned around and was about to leave without any reluctance. If Luo Xiangling really had such an attitude, then what was the harm in breaking up? Creak. The door opened noiselessly. Zhang Xiaoyao only smiled after hearing that. Women. They were all animals who didn't mean what they said. However, it was normal for Luo Xiangling to be so arrogant. As a quasi-immortal, of course he had some face. Zhang Xiaoyao entered the house. He saw a beautiful and picturesque figure. Luo Xiangling was facing Zhang Xiaoyao from the side. She sat on the cushion and held a brush in her jade-like hand. There was a painting in front of her. On the painting was a woman standing by the banks of a river, as if she wanted to ride the wind and fly away. She was overflowing with celestial energy and was incomparably beautiful. It was the painting that Zhang Xiaoyao had given to Luo Xiangling. There was also an inscription of the Luotian Fu on the painting. But it was different from before. Beside the woman by the riverbank, there was a man. The man's figure was tall and slender. His clothes were whiter than snow, and they weren't tainted by a speck of dust. Mist flowed around him while he was enveloped by immortal radiance, causing him to seem like an immortal that walked through the mortal world. It was none other than Zhang Xiaoyao. It was painted by Luo Xiangling himself. A man and a woman stood on the banks of the river like a pair of celestial lovers. "Does it look good?" Luo Xiangling suddenly asked. "Yes," Zhang Xiaoyao said after a moment of silence. "I think my painting skills are nothing. I can't portray your charm, Xiaoyao." Luo Xiangling sighed faintly. Zhang Xiaoyao's handsomeness could be written down with the tip of a brush. However, it was difficult to portray his innate temperament. It's hard to draw the bones of a tiger. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Luo Xiangling said. It was unknown if there was a hidden meaning. Zhang Xiaoyao was a little embarrassed. The hidden bitterness was almost overflowing. The dignified Luo King had simply become a resentful woman. But in the end, it was because of Zhang Xiaoyao. "Xiangling, I know what you want to ask. If I say that nothing happened between me and the 5 beauties of Tushan, would you believe me?" Zhang Xiaoyao said quietly. Luo Xiangling's dim eyes lit up slightly. In fact, she didn't believe that Zhang Xiaoyao would do that at first. Although the 5 beauties of Tushan were pitilessly beautiful, Zhang Xiaoyao shouldn't be such a casual person. Besides, if Zhang Xiaoyao really coveted beauty, then would she be worse than the 5 beauties of Tushan? Then it's because... Luo Xiangling wanted to say something but hesitated. There are many things that happen for a reason. What if I were to say that I need the power of the Tushan imperial family? Zhang Xiaoyao asked with a profound look in his eyes. You need the power of the emperor clan. Why, you? Luo Xiangling finally turned her beautiful face and looked at Zhang Xiaoyao. She had previously felt that Zhang Xiaoyao was like a mystery that no one could see through. Zhang Xiaoyao exhaled slightly. He wanted to act according to his plan and do it in one go. Xiangling, you once said that you have a past that belongs to you. I am the same. Everyone has their own secrets. And now, I can tell you everything honestly. Zhang Xiaoyao's tone was firm. Xiaoyao, you. Luo Xiangling also noticed that Zhang Xiaoyao's tone was not right. She subconsciously waved her hand and isolated the entire courtyard to prevent any spying. Do you still remember the first time we met? Zhang Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Luo Xiangling lowered her eyes slightly. Her eyelashes were thick. She nodded and said, of course I remember. If they hadn't met that time, how could there be a story now? At that time, you said that I was from the Immortal region and a spy who had infiltrated the Ars Academy. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled. That was just a bluff. Luo Xiangling also felt a little embarrassed. Xiangling, you guessed right. From the moment you saw me, you guessed right, Zhang Xiaoyao said very seriously. Luo Xiangling suddenly raised her eyes and looked straight at Zhang Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaoyao suppressed the aura of the dark blood in the inner universe and restored it to the original aura of the Immortal region. I am from the Zhang family of the Immortal region. My name is indeed Xiaoyao, but it is not you Xiaoyao, but Zhang Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaoyao's tone was calm. However, every word was like a clap of thunder in Luo Xiangling's ears. She was stunned. She was really stunned. A quasi-immortal level cultivator's mind could not wrap itself around it. He was not Yu Xiaoyao, but Zhang Xiaoyao. Everything that had happened before was a lie. If it were anyone else, they would be stunned and unable to think of anything. More importantly, Zhang Xiaoyao was one of the 6 world-destroying kings. A world-destroying king who brought disaster and destruction to the Immortal region. He was actually a creature of the Immortal region. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? If news of this got out, the entire foreign realm would be turned upside down. It was because everyone, including some undying kings, had been deceived by Zhang Xiaoyao. Luo Xiangling's mind was buzzing. Her first reaction was that this was fake, that Zhang Xiaoyao was deliberately playing with her. However, the aura of the Immortal region was very real. Moreover, there was no way he would joke about such a major matter. Luo Xiangling's expression changed greatly. She really wanted to calm down. The impact of this news was too great. Zhang Xiaoyao. Zhang Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling muttered, feeling like she had heard this name before. Then, she suddenly remembered. Previously, the foreign realm planned to break into the divine ruins. In the end, it was precisely Immortal Domain's Zhang family's son of God, Zhang Xiaoyao, who ruined it. It was even said that the Zhang family's son of God was one of Immortal Domain's most monstrous existences in this great era. He was a great threat to the foreign realm. However, later on, news of Zhang Xiaoyao's death spread. Luo Xiangling didn't pay it much attention either. Meanwhile now, this Zhang Xiaoyao who ruined the foreign realm's great plans, who could be said to be a great threat to the foreign realm, was actually standing right in front of her. Shoo! Almost in an instant, Luo Xiangling raised her jade-like hand. Water energy flowed, condensing into an ice crystal sword. It pointed at Zhang Xiaoyao's chest. Zhang Xiaoyao stood in place, a smile hanging on his face. Chapter 1046. The scene was momentarily silent. A pitilessly beautiful woman. A young master in elegant white clothes. A foreign quasi-undying, King Luo. One of them was the divine child of the Zhang family in the Immortal region, Zhang Xiaoyao. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. You lied to everyone. Luo Xiangling opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. She was not afraid, because Zhang Xiaoyao could not threaten her at all. Her voice trembled because of disbelief, because she was deceived. That's right, I lied to everyone, Zhang Xiaoyao said frankly. You also lied to me. Luo Xiangling's tone became heavier. The ice crystal sword in her hand advanced another half an inch, sticking close to Zhang Xiaoyao's heart. I didn't lie to you, Zhang Xiaoyao said. You still say you didn't lie. So, you've always been using me as a shield. Even when you were injured in the desolate border, I still asked someone to give you the dragon vein to treat your injuries. Luo Xiangling was truly heartbroken. She, who was pure in nature, never had feelings for anyone. In the end, the first time she met Zhang Xiaoyao, this heart-wrenching scumbag. She was really unlucky. If you think I lied about my identity, then that's right. But, when I was with you, There was not the slightest bit of hypocrisy. I drew pictures for you, wrote poems for you. I liked to play chess with you, discuss the Tao. In my eyes, you are not the high and mighty King Luo, but someone I can treat with sincerity. An adorable woman. Zhang Xiaoyao's face did not turn red, his heart did not beat fast. His acting could be said to be perfect. Although the words were a bit mushy, this was related to Zhang Xiaoyao's future plans. So, there could be no mistakes. You, shut up. Luo Xiangling heard this, her mind in chaos. She thought of all the things she had done with Zhang Xiaoyao. Do you know that if your identity is revealed, for you, death is the easiest thing? You can continue to hide and deceive me. Luo Xiangling bit her red lips and said, That's right. I can keep hiding it, but I don't want to. I can deceive everyone, but I don't want to keep deceiving you, Zhang Xiaoyao said. Then you will die. Luo Xiangling's eyes were slightly red. Then let's die. Dying at the hands of the Luo king would make this trip worthwhile, said Zhang Xiaoyao frankly. He looked into Luo Xiangling's sparkling eyes. He was gambling. This was a huge gamble. If he won, he would be able to establish a solid relationship with Luo Xiangling. He had lost. Sorry, Zhang Xiaoyao would not seek his own death. He had already arranged a plan and contingency plan for himself. It was impossible for him to die at the hands of Luo Xiangling. Zhang Xiaoyao was not a love saint, nor was he an infatuated man. With his personality, it was even more impossible for him to die in the hands of a woman. Zhang Xiaoyao was like a dead pig that was unafraid of being scalded by boiling water. Luo Xiangling clenched her jade-like hands, trembling slightly. She asked herself, even if she knew that Zhang Xiaoyao was the son of God of the immortal region's Zhang family, could she bear to do it? Zhang Xiaoyao could keep hiding it from her. But he was willing to be honest and tell her the truth. That ice crystal sword pointed at Zhang Xiaoyao's chest, but it was unable to descend. Zhang Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed the ice crystal sword. Xiangling, with your strength, killing me is just a matter of a thought. No matter how monstrous Zhang Xiaoyao was. There was an insurmountable gap between a supreme and a quasi-immortal. Of course, this was under the condition that Zhang Xiaoyao did not use any other trump cards. You are forcing me. Luo Xiangling's chest heaved. Zhang Xiaoyao was forcing her to make a choice. Should she choose to kill him and expose him? Or help him hide it and become an accomplice? After all, the closest relationship in the world was to be an accomplice. Why would I force you, Xiangling? I just trust you. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled gently and brightly. Almost no woman could resist Zhang Xiaoyao's smile. Including Xian Yu from before. The ice crystal sword silently turned into light spots and dissipated. Luo Xiangling turned around. Is this your biggest secret? Of course, Zhang Xiaoyao said. In his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had passed this hurdle. He made the right bet. You also know that I also have my own secrets, right? Luo Xiangling said faintly. I said that I won't force you to say it unless you are willing. Then I can be a listener, Zhang Xiaoyao said gently. Then what if I tell you that I am not human? Luo Xiangling's words made the atmosphere instantly quiet down. Zhang Xiaoyao's expression froze for a moment. To be honest, he was a little surprised. But it seemed to be reasonable. Because Zhang Xiaoyao had felt it before. Luo Xiangling had a pure and clear heart, and sometimes even a little simple. She was simple and did not have the complicated thoughts and shrewdness of human beings. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Xiaoyao dared to take this gamble. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao's silence, Luo Xiangling smiled with a little bitterness. However, the next moment, Zhang Xiaoyao smiled slightly and said, So what if I am and so what if I am not? I only know that you are Xiangling, and that is enough. Luo Xiangling's heart trembled again. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, Maybe I am not qualified to expose you. Oh! Zhang Xiaoyao was surprised again. What if I say that I am also from the immortal region? Luo Xiangling's words made Zhang Xiaoyao's expression freeze. Why, if you don't believe me, I can tell you my story. Luo Xiangling sighed slightly. She was indeed not human. She was not even other creatures, but a river. A river called the Xiong River. It was the same as the rivers that could be seen everywhere. The Xiong River was just an ordinary river. But one day, a middle-aged man came to the river, his whole body wrapped in chaotic qi. He sat cross-legged by the river, cultivating and comprehending, returning to the origin, confirming the great Tao of heaven and earth. The ordinary Xiong River was no longer ordinary because of the man's arrival. Every day, the sound of the great Tao resounded. The runes of the great Tao of heaven and earth flickered and fell into the river from time to time. Luo Xiangling did not know when she began to have consciousness. She saw the man by the river. Day after day, year after year. The Xiong River was no longer just an ordinary river. It had intelligence and turned into a river spirit. On the banks of the Luo River, the Xiong River had a spirit. It was known as Luo Xiangling. She regarded the middle-aged man as family because it was the middle-aged man who gave her life. However, when Luo Xiangling condensed her body and stood in front of the man's expression was incomparably indifferent, like the heavenly Tao. There is order between heaven and earth. You are an ordinary river, and you should be an ordinary river. Because my arrival has involved your karma, so I have to erase this karma. The rules of the heavenly Tao cannot be violated. Those who defy the heavens will be punished. The man made his move. Chaotic qi overflowed and erased Luo Xiangling's intelligence. But he did not expect that. The water of the Xiong River evaporated into the sky and turned into rain. In a drop of rain, there was still a bit of Luo Xiangling's spiritual consciousness left. This drop of rain floated and floated and floated. She did not know how long she floated for, nor how many epochs she floated for. She fell into a river. That river was a branch of the foreign realm's Nether River. And the Nether River was an existence that spanned across the foreign realm's 10 great prefectures like a mother river. The Nether River Prefecture where the Ars Academy was located was named after the Nether River. After an unknown period of time, Luo Xiangling appeared again. And after condensing her body again, her strength was no longer the same as before. Perhaps because of the power of the Nether River, she became a quasi-immortal level existence respected by all. And for her who had no relatives or friends, the best place to stay was the Ars Academy located in the Nether River Prefecture. From then on, in the depths of the Ars Academy, in the purple bamboo forest, there was an additional ancient and peerless Luo king. This was the story of Luo Xiangling. Chapter 1047. The story was over. The room was silent. Even Jun Xiaoyaro would never have thought that Luo Xiangling would have such a past. She was originally a river in the immortal domain, but in the end, she became the Luo king of a foreign domain. Jun Xiaoyaro couldn't help but think of the legend emperor, Luotian Mi Fei. When he was in the Snake People tribe's Temple of Doom, he had spoken with a wisp of Mi Fei's remnant soul. Although Mi Fei wasn't a river spirit, she was the goddess of the river. However, she was the goddess in charge of the rivers, and was known as the Luo River Goddess. From the looks of it, Luotian Mi Fei should be Luo Xiangling's ancestor-level figure. This is my past, this is my secret. Luo Xiangling's words were faint. She had never told anyone about her past. Now, she told Jun Xiaoyaro everything. Only Jun Xiaoyaro was qualified to listen to her thoughts. Jun Xiaoyao's doubts were completely resolved. From the first time he saw Luo Xiangling, he felt that she was inhumanly pure. That pair of watery eyes carried a kind of purity. Now that the truth was revealed, it was reasonable. In addition, Jun Xiaoyaro was also a little interested in the man in the story. Sitting cross-legged to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth was enough to give birth to a river spirit. It was enough to prove that the man's cultivation realm was definitely powerful. That man has the chaotic body? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. Luo Xiangling nodded slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's doubts were resolved again. Why was Luo Xiangling interested in him in the beginning? It was because he also had the chaotic body. Actually, in the beginning, the reason why I recommended you to become the quasi-war god was to give you trouble. Because of that person, I didn't have a good impression of the chaotic body. But after seeing you, I changed my mind. You are a very interesting person. Luo Xiangling was a little embarrassed when she said this. In the beginning, she did want to tease Zhang Xiaoyao. After all, the one with the chaotic body had almost killed her. However, after meeting Zhang Xiaoyao, Luo Xiangling felt that Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to be an interesting person. That was how the story developed. Zhang Xiaoyao also felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he was handsome. If it was an ugly girl, Luo Xiangling probably wouldn't find it interesting. This was an era where looks mattered. Then I have to thank you for sparing my life. Xiongling Zhang Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. Luo Xiangling naturally knew that Zhang Xiaoyao was teasing her. Following the secret exchange between the two, the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Seriously speaking, I'm also from the immortal region. What qualifications do I have to expose you? Luo Xiangling said softly. Zhang Xiaoyao's true identity came as a surprise to her. However, Luo Xiangling didn't have any sense of belonging to the foreign land. Of course, she didn't have any sense of belonging to the immortal region either. She was just a river to begin with. She didn't have the concept of a so-called camp. The only thing that made her feel a little like home was the Ars Academy. However, the Ars Academy was nothing compared to Zhang Xiaoyao. Xiangling, have you ever thought of returning to the immortal region? Zhang Xiaoyao asked. He began to test her. Return to the immortal region? Luo Xiangling was stunned. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be a little dull. She said, that person said that I'm just a river, and I can only be a river. Giving birth to sentience might be a mistake in itself. Luo Xiangling had always been confused. Should she exist or not? Or was it better to just be an ordinary river? When Zhang Xiaoyao heard this, his eyes flashed. He directly stepped forward and gently hugged Luo Xiangling. Luo Xiangling's delicate body tensed up again. It was exactly like that sentence. Women were flesh and blood made of water. When hugged, it was soft and smooth. Her skin was fine like silk. Her willowy waist was soft and slender. It really was like she was made of water. Xiangling, all things in the world exist for a reason. Perhaps you were indeed just an ordinary river in the past, but now, you have a name. You are Luo Xiangling, a living existence. Therefore, there is no need to doubt your existence. Living as a person is your destiny. Zhang Xiaoyao's words made Luo Xiangling's eyes seem to be dazed. Her heart had always been like rootless duckweed. However, Zhang Xiaoyao made her floating heart calm down. Sparkling tears fell from the corners of Luo Xiangling's eyes. She also hugged Zhang Xiaoyao back. She hugged him very tightly. What battle between the immortal region and the foreign realm? She didn't care at all. Meeting someone who could understand her was more important than anything else. Sensing Luo Xiangling's emotions, Zhang Xiaoyao just hugged her silently. He didn't know if he was acting right now. After comforting her, Luo Xiangling's emotions stabilized, but her face was a little red. It seems that my little life is saved. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Luo Xiangling charmingly rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaoyao. This woman, who was as smooth as water, could also be very seductive. She naturally couldn't harm Zhang Xiaoyao now. In fact, she had already begun to worry for Zhang Xiaoyao, fearing that something bad would happen to him in the foreign realm. Xiaoyao, your identity is too dangerous in the foreign realm, Luo Xiangling said worriedly. She knew that the Zhang family was definitely a thorn in the side of the foreign realm, a thorn in the flesh. Zhang Xiaoyao was the son of God of the Zhang family. If his identity was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, Xiangling, my identity won't be easily discovered. After I'm done with the following matters, I'll bring you back. Zhang Xiaoyao looked at Luo Xiangling, his tone firm. Luo Xiangling's snow-white face flushed red. This time, she didn't directly refuse. When we return to the immortal region, if we meet that person. Luo Xiangling still had some fear in her heart. That was a chaotic body. Moreover, Luo Xiangling felt that the origin of that chaotic body should be very great. Even after such a long time, he shouldn't have died yet. Don't worry, the immortal region is my Zhang family's world. Even if that chaotic body still exists, there's no need to fear him. Zhang Xiaoyao's words couldn't help but make Luo Xiangling feel relieved and safe. What a woman needed the most was the sense of security brought by a man. Even if her cultivation was much, much stronger than Zhang Xiaoyao's. By the way, Xiangling, you said that you became a quasi-immortal level because of the power of the branch of the Nether River. And the source of the Nether River seems to be in the Avacania lands. If possible in the future, I'll help you break through and become a true immortal king. When the time comes, no one can threaten you with just your own strength. Zhang Xiaoyao's tone was firm. Since Luo Xiangling had completely become one of them. Naturally, he had to consider for her. Zhang Xiaoyao had always taken care of his own people. He even took out some rare spring water from the spring of life. This should be helpful for Luo Xiangling's cultivation. Xiaoyao, thank you. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyao so sincerely concerned about her, Luo Xiangling's eyes sparkled. This was the first time she experienced the feeling of being protected and taken care of. For some reason, an impulse welled up in her heart. Luo Xiangling took the initiative to lean forward and kiss Zhang Xiaoyao's lips. Zhang Xiaoyao was stunned and only reacted belatedly. He was raped again. Chapter 1048. Zhang Xiaoyao felt as if he had been cursed. Every time, he was the one who was forcefully kissed. There were very few times when he took the initiative. Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli were the same at that time. Perhaps, this was fate. The light kiss ended. Luo Xiangling's pretty face was crimson, her eyes were moist like pearls, full of life. She didn't know why, but she had this impulse. Because it was her first time, she only touched him lightly, and it was a little awkward. Zhang Xiaoyao was glad that Luo Xiangling only kissed him and didn't push him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to resist. Zhang Xiaoyao didn't mind too much. As a man, it was still acceptable to suffer such a loss. At the very least, Luo Xiangling was taken down. She hugged this thigh tightly. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Luo Xiangling lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes. Zhang Xiaoyao calmed down and said, Xiangling, I will think of a way to improve your cultivation in the future. But the Avacania lands are too dangerous. Luo Xiangling raised her eyes with deep worry. It could be said to be the most mysterious place in the foreign realm. Even she had never set foot in it. The most powerful, most mysterious, and most ancient ultimate emperor clan in the foreign realm was also there. In fact, the most mysterious ultimate calamity in the foreign realm was also in the Avacania lands. She didn't want Zhang Xiaoyao to take the risk. This is what I have to do. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled. If Luo Xiangling could really break through to the immortal king realm, it would be a great help to Zhang Xiaoyao. Next, he stayed with Luo Xiangling for another month or so. Nothing discordant happened. Then, Zhang Xiaoyao left. On the way, Zhang Xiaoyao was thinking about the chaotic body that allowed Luo Xiangling to awaken her spiritual intelligence. He had a feeling that the primal chaos body was still alive. Logically speaking, as long as one had the primal chaos physique, they should be very famous in the immortal region. However, Zhang Xiaoyao did not have a suitable candidate in mind. There was only one possibility. It was precisely that primal chaos body, someone from a certain hidden power in immortal domain, his identity and traces completely concealed. He couldn't help but think of the primal chaos physique seed in the immortal realm that had yet to break through its seal. Could there be any connection between them? Zhang Xiaoyao thought of many things. After that, he found Shen Yu. The two of them quietly left the Ars Academy. This time, Zhang Xiaoyao only brought Shen Yu along. He didn't alert anyone. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoyao asked Shen Yu about the Haigan tribe. Shen Yu also told him everything she knew. However, she had never truly been to the emperor clans on the other side, so she didn't know what was going on there. Before this, she was just an undercover assassin for the Otherworld organization. As for the Parameter organization, it was only one of the factions under the Parameter Emperor family. Strictly speaking, it should be said that it was a vassal, similar to the blue-red spider lilies. The Nirvana clan sure is mysterious. Zhang Xiaoyao chuckled. Now, even if he was in the outer realm, he didn't have to fear anything. Unless he provoked the ultimate emperor clan, Otherwise, even if it was the immortal Emperor clan, he could deal with them calmly. The Huygen tribe was located in the Huygen state. The entire state was named after this tribe, which showed how powerful this tribe was. However, this tribe was also extremely rare, and it was rarely seen in the outside world. On the contrary, there were more creatures from the blue-red spider lilies. A month later, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Huygen state. Then, he directly headed to the ancestral land of the Huygen tribe. On the way, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was cold as he looked ahead. A woman wearing a devil mask and a charming figure silently appeared. Hua Lian. Xian Yu's gaze focused. Back then, in the underground battle arena, when Xian Yu was in despair, it was Hua Lian who appeared and gave her an illusory hope. Now that she thought about it, Hua Lian had lied to her. However, if it wasn't for Hua Lian, she might not have been able to hold on until now and would have gone crazy. She also wouldn't have met Jun Xiaoyao and the rest of the story would have happened. Therefore, Xian Yu had mixed feelings about Hua Lian. What's the matter? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. The famous god of war really lives up to your name. I have to thank you, sir, Hua Lian said with a smile. Oh, that Huygen prince is indeed a little annoying. Also, I have to thank you for saving Xian Yu. She is the sharpest knife of the Huygen tribe. I don't want to see anything happen to her, Hua Lian said seriously. So, you lied to me? Xian Yu suddenly said. I didn't lie. Perhaps you really can lead your brother's soul back, although the possibility is extremely low. Even if it was 1 in a billion, it was still possible. Therefore, Hua Lian didn't think that she was lying. Xian Yu didn't say much. She had already gotten over it. Her brother was just an ordinary cultivator. It was difficult for him to leave a trace in this world. Not to mention luring his soul back. Are you going to the Huygen tribe? Hua Lian changed the topic. That's right, Jun Xiaoyao said. The Huygen tribe wouldn't dare to stop you, sir. However, I'm afraid that the blue spider lilies will make things difficult for you, Hua Lian said. It doesn't matter. If they dare to stop me, they will have to pay the price. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. As expected of the god of war. I'll take my leave then. Hua Lian smiled and disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao continued to move forward with Xian Yu. After a few days, suddenly, there was a large patch of blue spider lilies in front. It was as blue as the sea and extremely beautiful. It had a magical power that could make people fall in love with it. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and sensed a faint wave of array formation. The Huygen tribe's ancestral bloodline is deep in the core of the Huygen state. The blue spider lilies are stationed at the periphery. It seems like they want to stop me and show me who's boss. Jun Xiaoyao used his divine consciousness. The perfect triple life primordial spirit had extremely strong senses. He immediately sensed some auras lurking in the dark. The blue spider lilies weren't stupid. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, they directly activated their tribe's array formation. It was a maze formation that could trap a supreme being. Obviously, they wanted to make things difficult for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold as he stepped in with Xian Yu. In the dark, there was a group of people observing. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. He was a lesser heavenly venerable and also a blood relative of Prince Huygen. Prince Huygen had died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Naturally, his people were unhappy. Therefore, he acted on his own and wanted to show Jun Xiaoyao who was boss. Of course, it was impossible to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Although he wanted to, the consequences were not something he could bear. Even the entire blue spider lilies couldn't bear it. Beside him, there were some prodigies from Prince Huygen's bloodline. They were all waiting to watch a good show. We must avenge Prince Huygen. A lady in a blue dress stared at Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the maze formation. She was Prince Huygen's childhood sweetheart. However, what shocked everyone present was that Jun Xiaoyao was able to enter the matrix as if he had entered a place where there was no one around. Any maze formation was useless in front of the perfect triple life primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao's power of primordial spirit flowed freely. Any illusion formation was useless. In the next instant, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and disappeared. What's going on? The middle-aged man didn't react. Rumble. The void above them suddenly cracked open. A white-robed figure stepped out and slammed his palm toward the middle-aged man. How dare you? The middle-aged man was stunned and then shouted angrily. He was a lesser heavenly venerable. How dare Jun Xiaoyao attack him? Chapter 1049. The gap between the 7 realms of supreme venerables was huge, and it was an insurmountable gap. Perhaps in the 9th level of the sage realm, some peerless prodigies could cross realms to battle. But in the 7th level of the supreme venerables, it was almost impossible. Even some peerless prodigies could not do it. Unless it was a monstrous existence at the level of an outlier. But how many of such existences were there? Now, seeing Jun Xiaoyao directly attacking him, even the middle-aged man was stunned. Then, flames of anger appeared in his eyes. Facing Jun Xiaoyao's palm pressing down, the middle-aged man urged his divine power. The power of laws surged, gushing out like a vast ocean. Lesser heavenly venerables already had a deep understanding of the power of laws, and they could use the power of laws to execute all kinds of shocking techniques. In their hands, laws were like weapons that were casually pieced together, easy to use. Logically speaking, Supreme's understanding of laws was absolutely inferior to lesser heavenly venerables. But Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly. He augmented his physical body with the power of laws, and every cell seemed to be vibrating, erupting with unprecedented power. Augmentation with the power of chaos. Augmentation with the god-fiend strength, divine ability. In addition, his own realm had already reached lesser perfection supreme venerables. It could be said that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, a lesser heavenly venerables was no longer an insurmountable mountain. Boom! The power of laws collided together, and the chaotic aura spread out like a tide, and the void trembled. Even the array was affected, and much of it was destroyed. After the attack, Jun Xiaoyao's figure did not move at all. That middle-aged man, however, staggered back many steps. Every time he took a step back, a pitch-black crater would appear in the void. How is it possible? Uncle was beaten back. The prodigies of Prince Bian's lineage, including his childhood sweetheart, the blue-dressed woman, were all shocked. Logically speaking, the grudges of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation themselves. But they also knew how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, so they did not overestimate their abilities and let the middle-aged man take the lead. Logically speaking, a lesser heavenly venerate powerhouse was more than enough to suppress a supreme. But now, what did they see? Instead, the one being suppressed was the middle-aged man. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao's current opponents were no longer limited to the younger generation or the dormant seedlings. He could already begin to compete with those of the older generation, and even the experts of the older generation. A physical body that has surpassed that of a supreme being. Feeling every inch of his bones creaking under the pressure, the middle-aged man was greatly alarmed. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao's realm. His physical body had already far surpassed the shackles of a supreme being. Even his physical body as a lesser heavenly venerate was definitely inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's. I can't fight with my physical body. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. Originally, suppressing a supreme being should have been a very simple task for him. However, he did not expect that one's realm and combat strength were not completely equal. Light of the other shore. The middle-aged man unleashed the Blue Hurricane Lily's grand divine ability. With the backing of the Parameter Emperor clan, the Blue Parameter Flower's divine abilities were no small matter. In the void, the power of laws gathered, and an incomparably bright blue brilliance appeared. It turned into a sea of blue parameter flowers. The bright blue brilliance floated in the sea of flowers and condensed, turning into a sea of light that could annihilate everything. The light of the other shore was said to be able to cross to the other shore if it shone on one. In other words, one would die. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all. He took a step forward, and the chaotic aura behind him exploded, as if opening up a new world. In the hazy chaos, there was a blurry shadow of a primordial god, splitting the chaos and holding up the sky. Chaos body, chaos splitting heaven. The light of the other shore shone over, but it was split apart by the god's shadow. Zhang Xiaoyao's body shook, and the supreme being divine blood in his body boiled like a dragon. An incomparably bright brilliance appeared in each of his hands. They were the first and second divine abilities of the former supreme being bone, the light of tribulation and the light of reincarnation. Zhang Xiaoyao took a step forward and crushed over. The brilliance that shot out was not inferior to the light of the other shore at all. In terms of divine abilities, Zhang Xiaoyao was not weak. Damn it! The middle-aged man's expression began to turn ugly. Especially the woman in the blue dress and the others, who were stunned. A lesser heavenly venerable was actually suppressed by a supreme being. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Lan Dai, you said that there must be something fishy about Prince Nirvana being killed by the Chaos Body. Now it seems like the Chaos Body didn't need to expend much effort to kill Prince Nirvana. A prodigy said in a daze. Lan Dai, who was the woman in the blue dress, was also extremely pale. She and Prince Nirvana were childhood sweethearts. Previously, when Prince Nirvana was killed by Zhang Xiaoyao, she had always thought that there must be something fishy about it. That was because she had absolute confidence in Prince Nirvana's strength. But the current scene was undoubtedly a slap to her face. Even a lesser heavenly venerable was no match for Zhang Xiaoyao. Prince Nirvana was nothing. On the other side, the middle-aged man's expression was solemn. He attacked again, but this time, he used the power of his primordial spirit. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to have been pulled into a strange soul space. The surrounding blue hurricane lilies undulated like a vast ocean. In the middle-aged man's primordial spirit appeared and spoke with a loud voice. The true essence of the Nirvana lineage is the Tao of the soul. Bloom the hurricane lilies, and the soul will go to hell. The middle-aged man used his trump card, the secret soul technique. However, Zhang Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint sneer. If it was before, Zhang Xiaoyao would indeed be in some trouble. Because his physical body was indeed much stronger than the Tao of the primordial spirit. But now, Zhang Xiaoyao had obtained the soul book. His Tao of the primordial spirit had completely caught up and was no weaker than his physical body cultivation. Rumble. Zhang Xiaoyao summoned his primordial spirit of 3 lives as well. In the void, 3 Tao flowers appeared. On each Tao flower, there was a primordial spirit sitting cross-legged. They all had a transcendent aura. How is this possible? 3 primordial spirits. The middle-aged man's primordial spirit was extremely shocked. There was only one primordial spirit. Unless it was a special primordial spirit. Could it be the 3 primordial spirits? The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. He thought of this heaven-defying primordial spirit. It was definitely a top-grade primordial spirit. It could manifest the past, present, and future. If it was cultivated to a truly supreme level. The past primordial spirit was hidden in the past. The future primordial spirit was hidden in the future. Even if the primordial spirit was destroyed now, it would be safe and sound. It could manifest from the past and future. From this, it could be seen how heaven-defying the 3 primordial spirits were. And now, the 3 primordial spirits had all attacked. The past primordial spirit used the secret soul technique, the reincarnation tribulation. Now, the primordial spirit manifested the Vairocana Dharma idol and suppressed. As for the future primordial spirit, although it didn't have a compatible soul divine ability for the time being. However, it carried the ethereal aura of the future, and countless fragments of time danced in the air as it pressed down with its palm. The power of the primordial spirit was vast. The 3 primordial spirits crushed down together. Boom! Almost instantly, the middle-aged man's soul ultimate move was broken. The blue sea of hurricane lilies was instantly torn apart. Even more than half of the middle-aged man's primordial spirit collapsed. In the void, the middle-aged man let out a miserable howl. The bone between his eyebrows and forehead cracked, and blood flowed out. Uncle! Lan Dai and the others were pale as they cried out involuntarily. A lesser heavenly venerable expert had been defeated by Zhang Xiaoyao. Chapter 1050. In the air, the lesser heavenly venerable was pushed back thousands of feet. His forehead was cracked, and blood flowed out. This meant that his essence soul had been severely injured. If his cultivation level wasn't slightly higher, if they were at the same cultivation level, his essence soul would undoubtedly be wiped out by Jun Xiaoyao's third life essence soul. The middle-aged man was terrified. He didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to not only have a heaven-defying physical body, but his essence soul was also so terrifying. He could understand that the chaotic body was powerful. However, the essence soul was the extremely rare third life essence soul. This was something that the middle-aged man never expected. Those who block my path will pay the price. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as cold as a god as he charged toward the middle-aged man again. The middle-aged man's essence soul was severely injured, and his physical body was no match for Jun Xiaoyao's. His only law divine power was Jun Xiaoyao's, and he wasn't any weaker than a lesser heavenly venerable like him. Therefore, he had no intention to fight and quickly retreated. "Uncle!" Lan Dai and the other prodigies screamed, unable to believe what they were seeing. A lesser heavenly venerable was running away like a dog in front of a prime. Who would dare to believe this? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Lan Dai and the others from the corner of his eye. He casually waved his hand. The monstrous chaotic aura flooded over like a huge wave. Lan Dai and the others didn't even have time to scream before they were drowned by the chaotic aura. Their physical bodies and essence souls were crushed into dust in the chaotic aura. The prodigies of Prince Hygen's bloodline were instantly wiped out. The middle-aged man's face twisted when he saw this, and there was a hint of regret in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted rashly and come to take revenge. After all, most of the blue hurricane lilies didn't want to become enemies with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. The paragon divine blood in his body boiled, increasing his strength by several times. He directly took out the Zenith Heaven Sword embryo and used one of the 5 divine arts, the Heaven Slashing Art. The boundless golden sword light tore through the void and slashed toward the middle-aged man. Jun Xiaoyao's other hand grabbed toward the void again. The 4th seal of the Forbidden Immortal Seal, Forbidden Space, was unleashed. With Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, there was no need for him to set up anything in advance to cast the 4th seal. It directly sealed the void in front of him. Although this move might only be able to trap a lesser Empyrean for a moment. But in a battle between 7th-level Supremes, even an instant was enough to determine the victor. At this moment, a faintly discernible female voice sounded. "Young Master Xiaoyao, please stop for now." In the distant sky, spider lilies bloomed one after another. However, it wasn't blue in color. Instead, it was a scarlet-red spider lily. That was the real Nirvana tribe. Amidst the sea of red spider lilies, a beautiful and dreamy figure appeared. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like fine jade. Her eyes were intelligent and brilliant. Dressed in a white muslin dress, she looked ethereal and agile, like an immortal banished from the moon. He had an aloof and detached temperament. It was easy to imagine the dreamy scene of a beautiful woman in the sea of parameter flowers treading on the rain of flowers. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change at all. He was even more unaffected. He still slashed down with his sword, splitting the middle-aged man's body apart. Then, the Zenith Heaven Sword embryo swept over like lightning, piercing through the man's head and destroying his primordial spirit. That woman was clearly stunned. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to not care about her at all and ignore her words. A lesser Empyrean had fallen. He died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's face did not have the slightest hint of smugness. Among lesser Empyreans, this man was only a mediocre person. If he was really a lesser Empyrean with a solid foundation, Jun Xiaoyao might not have been able to kill him so cleanly. After dealing with these obstructors, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the woman in the sea of flowers. She was very beautiful and stunning. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he said perfunctorily, "Sorry, I couldn't hold back." "Like hell I'll believe you." The woman wanted to say so, but on the surface, she still revealed a dreamy smile. "I'm the heavenly daughter of the Nirvana tribe, Meng Nu Er." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. His guess of her identity was not bad. Nirvana heavenly daughter Meng Nu Er was also very famous in the foreign domain. She was also one of the 7 minor emperors. She had not appeared before this. Among the 7 minor emperors, Meng Nu was definitely in existence with a deep foundation. The Nirvana tribe was originally an extremely mysterious emperor tribe. Miss Meng, could it be that you want to take revenge for them? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. Sigh, they are also blind. Our Nirvana tribe is not willing to be enemies with young master. Meng Nu smiled slightly. She was extremely beautiful. With Jun Xiaoyao's current background, even the immortal emperor tribes had to think twice. If they could not offend him, they would definitely not offend him. At this time, Xian Yu also came to Jun Xiaoyao's side. You have a good opportunity to meet such a good person like young master. Meng Nu glanced at Xian Yu and said. If it were not for Jun Xiaoyaro, Xian Yu would not have been able to escape death. At that time, Meng Nu was not born. Hence, she could not stop the prince of the Nirvana tribe from killing Xian Yu. Do you welcome me to the Nirvana tribe as a guest? Jun Xiaoyaro smiled and said. Of course. I'm here to welcome young master. Meng Nu smiled and said. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Perhaps young master has a special fate with our Nirvana tribe. Meng Nu said meaningfully. This made Jun Xiaoyao even more guessed that there was a secret in the Nirvana tribe. Then, Meng Nu brought Jun Xiaoyao and Xian Yu to the Nirvana tribe's territory. Along the way, no one came to stop them. As for the blue-red spider lilies, they could only suffer in silence. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Nirvana tribe's territory. Looking around, there were patches of red spider lilies in full bloom. All kinds of palaces and buildings were suspended in the void. There were very few creatures coming and going, but when they saw Jun Xiaoyao, they all cast curious gazes. Jun Xiaoyao noticed that some of them were also wearing ghost masks on their faces. This mask, Jun Xiaoyao said. This ghost mask is also a totem of our tribe. It's a kind of respect and reverence for the Supreme, Meng Nu explained. Supreme? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. It's the origin of our Nirvana tribe. It's also the first ancestor that we sincerely worship. It's the pillar of our tribe and our spiritual belief. When mentioning the Supreme, Meng Nu's face was also filled with sacred devotion and respect. May I know the name of the Supreme? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. He vaguely felt that the ghost mask woman's karma should be related to the Supreme of the Nirvana tribe. The Supreme of our tribe is called the Mother of Red Spider Lilies, Meng Nu said. The Mother of Red Spider Lilies, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. From the name, one could tell that it should be a big shot. After all, the Nirvana tribe in the foreign realm was mysterious and prosperous. It seemed to be a level higher than the ordinary immortal emperor tribes. It was equivalent to the He Tian tribe in its heyday. It could be said that it was the strongest tribe below the ultimate emperor tribe. I wonder if I have the honor of meeting the Mother of Red Spider Lilies? Jun Xiaoyao was interested. You want to meet the Supreme? Meng Nu was a little surprised. Chapter 1051. Why, is it inconvenient? Seeing Meng Nu's expression, Jun Xiaoyao asked. Meng Nu shook her head slightly and said, No, it's just that the Supreme is not in my ancestral land. Even if it's my clansman, it's very difficult to meet him. Meng Nu's meaning was clear. Even her own clansmen found it difficult to meet him, let alone an outsider. May I ask where the Supreme is located? No matter how difficult it was, Jun Xiaoyao had to go. Enter the bottomless abyss, step on the yellow spring road, cross the bridge of helplessness, and you will see the Supreme. Meng Nu said. Jun Xiaoyao knew that in the Nirvana continent, there was indeed a place called the bottomless abyss. That place was in the deepest part of the Nirvana continent, known as the Forbidden Land of 10,000 Spirits. Normally, no living beings dared to set foot in it. And from Meng Nu's words, he knew that the Yellow Spring Road and the Bridge of Helplessness were not places that one could casually cross. Thank you for telling me. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. Do you really want to go? It's not easy to break through, not to mention how the Supreme will look at you. Meng Nu advised. Normally, if there was no major matter related to the clan, Even the experts of the Nirvana continent did not dare to casually go and disturb the mother of the red spider lilies. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyaro was an outsider. In front of the mother of the red spider lilies, his supreme strength was not much different from an ant. She really did not understand why Jun Xiaoyaro insisted on going to see the mother of the red spider lilies. I just want to find an answer in my heart and dispel my doubts. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled and did not elaborate. Meng Nu was also very tactful and did not ask Jun Xiaoyaro to get to the bottom of it. Well, what you choose is your freedom. Meng Nu no longer advised. Jun Xiaoyaro was ready to go to the bottomless abyss. Xian Yu was very persistent and wanted to follow him. Jun Xiaoyaro did not refuse. He felt that to some extent, Xian Yu seemed to have some kind of karma with the ghost-masked woman. Next, Jun Xiaoyaro bid farewell to Meng Nu and headed to the bottomless abyss with Xian Yu. This news caused quite a stir in the Nirvana continent. After all, the bottomless abyss was not a benevolent place. It was very normal for one to not be able to return. 7 days passed. Jun Xiaoyaro and Xian Yu came to an incomparably desolate place. Grey ribbons of mist shrouded the area, making everything hazy. The world was dark, and the withered vines, old trees, and crows were dim. From time to time, corpses could be seen on the side of the road. Some of them, even after tens of millions of years, still emitted an extraordinary pressure. There were also the skeletons of giant beasts that were as big as mountains. This was indeed a dangerous place that made one's hair stand on end. Are you afraid? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. Xian Yu's face was slightly pale, but it wasn't because of fear. It was just that the aura of this place was too strong, causing her face to turn pale from the pressure. I'm not afraid. Mystic Moon bit her lips and shook her head. No matter where they went, as long as they were by Jun Xiaoyao's side, they would feel a sense of warmth. All right then. Jun Xiaoyaro nodded his head slightly. As they continued to go deeper, a bottomless crack appeared in front of them. That's the bottomless abyss. Jun Xiaoyaro did not hesitate and directly jumped down with Xian Yu. Jun Xiaoyaro had thought that the bottomless abyss was just a name. It turned out to be so. 2 hours, 4 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Jun Xiaoyaro and Xian Yu, even though they had accelerated to the bottom, they still had not reached the end. Finally, after 7 days, their feet landed on solid ground. Jun Xiaoyaro and Xian Yu both looked around. They were slightly stunned. Because there was a dim yellow light in front of them. It was a blood-red sunset. A road extended into the distance. On both sides of the road, scarlet red spider lilies bloomed, forming a gorgeous and strange sea of flowers. So beautiful, Xian Yu could not help but murmur. Who would have thought that there would be such a scene at the bottom of the bottomless abyss? A blood-red sunset, a sea of spider lilies, and a lonely road that extended into the unknown distance. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyaro let out a sigh of relief. No matter how strange it was, he had to go through it in order to find an answer. The two came to the beginning of the road. There was a stone tablet engraved on it. Yellow Springs Road, do not look back. Jun Xiaoyaro let out a sigh of relief. This should be the Yellow Springs Road that Meng Nu mentioned. After walking through the Yellow Springs Road and crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, they would be able to see the mother of spider lilies. Remember, after stepping on the Yellow Springs Road, do not look back, and do not retreat. Jun Xiaoyaro reminded. Yes, I understand. Xian Yu nodded. Jun Xiaoyaro and Xian Yu went on their way. However, unexpectedly, the murderous aura that they expected did not appear. They seemed to have stepped on an ordinary road. However, Jun Xiaoyaro knew that it was not that simple. After walking for a long time, Xian Yu suddenly stopped. Jun Xiaoyaro, who sensed the movement, did not turn back. Instead, he asked directly, "What's wrong?" "There's a voice." Xian Yu's voice trembled slightly. A voice. Jun Xiaoyaro frowned. He did not hear any voice. "It's brother." Xian Yu's voice sounded again. In her ears, she heard a warm and familiar voice. "Xian Yu, you're here. Are you trying to lure me back from the lost reincarnation?" "Brother." The voice sounded from behind her. Xian Yu really wanted to turn back to take a look. However, Jun Xiaoyao had told him not to look back when they were on their way. Xian Yu, don't you want to look at me? I really want to see how you'll look like when you grow up. The voice sounded from behind her again. Xian Yu bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. Before meeting Jun Xiaoyao, the only meaning in her life was to revive her brother. However, she now knew that such a chance was extremely slim and almost impossible. Xian Yu, I'm so sad. You don't even want to look at me? The voice sounded again. Xian Yu's delicate body was trembling. She turned her face slightly. At this moment, a slightly cold and stern voice shouted, "Don't look back." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was like a bucket of cold water that poured over Xian Yu's head. Then, Xian Yu felt her hand being pulled. Jun Xiaoyao held Xian Yu's hand and pulled her forward. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Xian Yu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Xian Yu, did you betray your brother and choose that man? An angry voice sounded from behind. No, you're not my brother. He's not such a person. Xian Yu calmed herself down. She followed Jun Xiaoyao and walked forward. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was naturally harassed. His family, his friends. There was even Jiang Xingyi's voice that sounded like he was about to cry blood. However, Jun Xiaoyao ignored all of this. Among the younger generation, Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was ranked second. There was definitely no one who could be ranked first. The end of the road appeared in front of them. The two of them successfully passed the road to the underworld. Although this stage was simple, it was difficult. However, it was difficult for people with obsessions to pass. Thank you, young master. Xian Yu lowered her head slightly and said. Her hand was still held by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao let go of her hand casually and said, "You can follow me in the future, but I don't want you to be a burden." I understand. Xian Yu clenched her hand and nodded firmly. Jun Xiaoyao had given her a new meaning in life. Naturally, she would not give up so easily. Then, the two of them continued to move forward. Soon, fog appeared in front of them. A river appeared. There was also a bridge that crossed the river and extended into the depths of the fog. They had arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness. Chapter 1052. The Bridge of Helplessness, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He stepped onto the bridge with Xian Yu. There was still a stone tablet on the bridge. 2 lines of words were carved on it. The red spider lily blooms in the 7-colored sky, and the flower falls to become an immortal for 1,000 years. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glittered when he saw the words. This was not the first time he had heard the words. He had met the woman a few times before. In the lower realm, the woman had shown up on the altar of heroes in the gap between the 10 realms. She had also read the same words. Jun Xiaoyao had a deep impression of it. He did not expect to see it here too. It was as if the 9 heavens immortal realm, the alien realm, and even the whole universe had left traces of the woman. However, the woman was extremely mysterious, as if she did not exist in history. She was a mystery, an unbelievable existence. Jun Xiaoyao and Xian Yu stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. It was different from the yellow spring road. Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of pressure as soon as he set foot on the ground. It was a pressure that originated from his soul and primordial spirit. The mist. Jun Xiaoyao fixed his gaze on the mist. The mist exerted great pressure on the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit of an ordinary genius would be crushed after taking a few steps. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes, so he was not worried. Xian Yu's face was pale. She was also under pressure, but it was only the beginning. It was not unbearable. If you can't do it, you can wait for me here, Jun Xiaoyao said. No, I want to come with you. Xian Yu was stubborn. She wanted to follow in Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps. She also wanted to see what the mother of the red spider lily looked like. Why did the Otherworld organization choose her? The two moved forward on the Bridge of Helplessness. The pressure was getting stronger. Every wisp of mist was absorbing the soul energy, as if it could crush the primordial spirit. At the same time, all kinds of fantasies surfaced in his mind. It was similar to the 100 reincarnations in the reincarnation ocean. Jun Xiaoyao was fine, But Xian Yu's face turned even paler. After all, she had been through a lot in the past. He had been regarded as a freak since he was young and had been abused and despised by others. The only brother who cared about him was killed by him. With his life experience, it was normal for him to have a strong inner demon. Zhang Xiaoyaro frowned slightly at the sight. He directly activated the primordial spirit of 3 lives. In the void, boundless soul power transformed into 3 flowers of the Great Path. A nascent spirit sat atop each Dao flower. Past, present, future. As soon as the 3 lives primordial spirit appeared, a mighty soul power swept through the surroundings. Even the strange mist was completely scattered. The 3 primordial spirits were like 3 bright lamps that illuminated the world. Their light illuminated everything and dispersed the fog and darkness in this place. Only Zhang Xiaoyaro had the means to make the journey so smooth. Soon, the 2 of them crossed the bridge of helplessness. At the end of the bridge was a huge pitch-black palace. Scarlet-red spider lilies bloomed all around, setting off the dark palace, giving it a mysterious and treacherous feeling. It was like the other side of the Yellow Springs, the great hall of the King of Hell. A river of the Yellow Springs surrounded the dark palace. There were many petals of the spider lilies floating on the water surface, looking extremely beautiful. Zhang Xiaoyaro stepped forward and pushed open the door of the dark palace. Xian Yu followed closely behind. She pushed open the door. A terrifying aura swept across the place. This pressure was not emitted on its own accord. It was a natural pressure. It was as if there was an unimaginable immortal existence inside. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress a supreme being and even shatter his body. Of course, Zhang Xiaoyaro was not an ordinary supreme being. His figure was slender, and the chaotic aura surged out, blocking this pressure. Xian Yu followed behind him and was not affected. Even the natural pressure is so powerful. Zhang Xiaoyaro thought to himself. As someone who had received a move from a great emperor, Zhang Xiaoyaro roughly knew what kind of pressure a great emperor had. But the pressure in front of him. It was definitely not a pressure that an ordinary great emperor could possess. What realm has the mother of the spider lilies reached? Zhang Xiaoyaro thought to himself. Perhaps even Meng Nu and the other members of the Nirvana Emperor clan didn't know. The mother of the spider lilies was at least an immortal king. But Zhang Xiaoyaro felt that she should not have stopped at this step, but had stepped into a deeper realm. The palace was still full of spider lilies, and there was a small path in the middle. Zhang Xiaoyaro and Xian Yu resisted the pressure and went deeper. Above the palace, stars flickered and orbited, as if they had arrived at the boundless universe. The place where the mother of the spider lilies was in seclusion was very shocking. Finally, at the end of the path, Zhang Xiaoyaro saw it. A throne that seemed to stand for eternity. The throne was engraved with ancient spider lilies. A peerless figure wrapped in a black dress sat on it. A boundless and terrifying aura enveloped her delicate body, making it hard for others to see her clearly. It was like a mysterious existence that did not belong to this space-time. Only a top expert would have such a phenomenon appear. The powerful force seemed to be able to blur karma and existence. All kinds of divine chains of order, traces of the great Tao, and mysterious runes surrounded her body. Zhang Xiaoyaro frowned slightly, and chaotic energy surged in his eyes. The chaotic eye, the special ability of the chaotic body, was used. It could see through all illusions. Zhang Xiaoyaro was finally able to see the person on the throne clearly after using his chaos eye to enhance his vision. Her black hair flowed down from the throne like a waterfall. A pair of straight, slender, and beautiful legs stretched out from under the skirt, crossing each other. Her bare feet were not wearing shoes or socks. Her toes were crystal clear, and the backs of her feet were white and delicate, like an exquisite work of art. Such a pair of snow-white feet should have never touched the ground or been stained with dust. Looking up from the feet and legs of the peerless person, her slender and delicate body was wrapped perfectly in the black dress. Further up was her swan-like snow-white neck. When it landed on her face, Zhang Xiaoyao's gaze froze. A ghost mask covered her mysterious face. "You are the first person who dares to look at me like this." A voice full of majesty and pleasant like the sound of nature came from the mouth of the mother of the red spider lilies. However, Jun Xiaoyaro could hear it. There seemed to be a strange feeling in this voice. Senior, you should be the mother of the red spider lilies. I came here just to find an answer. Facing this legendary figure of the red spider lilies, it could be said that anyone would find it difficult to remain calm. Jun Xiaoyaro, on the other hand, wore a smile on his face and spoke in the calmest tone he could muster. Oh, have I ever had any karma with you? The voice of the mother of the red spider lilies was still indifferent. Jun Xiaoyaro took out a ghost mask. Jun Xiaoyaro had obtained this ghost mask in the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Bronze Immortal Palace was also one of the backup plans left behind by the ghost-masked woman. When he saw the somewhat clumsy mask that seemed to be crying but not crying, and also seemed to be smiling, the aura of the mother of the red spider lilies, who was sitting high on the throne, trembled slightly. It was obvious that she had a reaction. The red spider lilies bloom in the seven-colored sky, and the flowers fall to become immortal for 1,000 years. What does the owner of this ghost mask have to do with you, Senior? Or, Senior is the owner of this ghost mask? Jun Xiaoyaro looked straight at the mother of the red spider lilies. Chapter 1053. Jun Xiaoyaro had always wanted to find an answer about the ghost-masked woman. He had seen the traces left behind by the ghost-masked woman several times before. However, the ghost-masked woman seemed to have mistaken him for her brother's reincarnation. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyaro wanted to find out the truth. Among the traces left behind by the ghost-masked woman, there were traces of the red spider lilies. There was also the ghost mask that Xian Yu was wearing. All of these clues pointed to the Nirvana monarch tribe. That was why Jun Xiaoyaro was there to find out what was going on. After taking out the ghost mask, the red spider lily's mother's expression was a little strange. Then, she actually stood up from the throne. Her delicate and flawless jade-like feet lightly tapped the void. Wherever his feet landed, red spider lilies bloomed. Her white bare feet and the scarlet red spider lilies complemented each other. The foot control was ecstatic. In the next instant, the red spider lily's mother arrived in front of Jun Xiaoyaro. That pressure was not deliberately released, but it was enough to crush a supreme being expert instantly and make his body explode. Even though Jun Xiaoyaro had the chaotic physique and cultivated the law of the physical body, his body was still weak. At this moment, his bones were creaking slightly as he felt a terrifying pressure. Xian Yu, who was at the side, felt as if her soul was about to freeze. If not for Jun Xiaoyaro blocking all the pressure for her, Xian Yu's body would have collapsed. It was too terrifying. The red spider lily's mother's cultivation realm was unfathomable. She was definitely not at the level of an ordinary immortal king. Where did you get this mask from? The red spider lily's mother asked. Senior, perhaps you should answer my doubts first, Jun Xiaoyaro said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm when he faced this top-notch cultivator from the other side. His innate family background and temperament allowed him to be calm even when facing an immortal king. Are you bargaining with me? The red spider lily's mother clearly did not expect Jun Xiaoyaro to have such an attitude. In the past, even her clansmen would prostrate themselves before her, not daring to look her in the eye. I'm here to seek answers, not to answer questions, Jun Xiaoyaro said. There was another reason why he was so calm. Even so, he was almost 90% sure of it. The red spider lily's mother wouldn't harm him. Your karma is very vague. The spider lily mother's voice was indifferent. She even took a step deeper into the undying king realm. Deducing karma was naturally not a problem. However, she was unable to capture the slightest trace of Jun Xiaoyao's past. It was like a blank space. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled and did not hide anything. He dispelled his concealment technique and revealed his true appearance. He was immortal-like and incomparably handsome. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Jun Xiaoyaro from the Jun family of the Immortal region. Jun Xiaoyaro said with a gentle smile. At the back, Xian Yu was completely dumbfounded. Did Jun Xiaoyaro not want to live anymore? Revealing his identity as a member of the Jun family of the Immortal region in front of an immortal king of a foreign emperor clan. What was the difference between this and courting death? This. The gaze of the red spider lily's mother under the mask suddenly focused on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Her focus was not on Jun Xiaoyao's identity and background as a member of the Jun family of the immortal region. Instead, it was on his face. In her memory, there seemed to be a blurry face that gradually became clear. That face brought her endless warmth, similar to Jun Xiaoyao in front of her. It was like a similar flower. After cultivating for countless years, her cold and silent heart actually trembled slightly because of Jun Xiaoyao. An inexplicable emotion emerged from the bottom of her heart. You are Jun Xiaoyao, the red spider lily's mother muttered to herself, her gaze never moving away from Jun Xiaoyao's face. What's going on? At the back, Xian Yu was incomparably shocked. After learning of Jun Xiaoyao's true identity and background, the red spider lily's mother did not release any killing intent. She was only a little surprised as she stared at Jun Xiaoyao in a daze. Jun Xiaoyao had already expected this. Although his appearance was indeed enough to make all the women in the world fall for him at first glance. But as the supreme immortal red spider lily's mother, she was obviously not obsessed with looks. That meant that Jun Xiaoyao's face was reflected in someone in the heart of the red spider lily's mother. From the looks of it, could it be that the red spider lily's mother is the ghost-masked woman? The person she is looking for should be her brother, who is also the person who looks like me. And the reason why Xian Yu was chosen is probably because of similar life experiences that produced some kind of resonance. Jun Xiaoyao instantly thought of a lot and guessed the cause and effect. However, what happened next caught him off guard. A warm and delicate jade-like hand caressed Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. The red spider lily's mother looked as if her soul had been sucked out. She could only look at Jun Xiaoyao. The ghost-masked mask covered her expression, but it could not hide the complicated look in her eyes. In this world, when a flower withers, will it bloom again at a certain point in time in the future? The red spider lily's mother said something that seemed to come out of nowhere. A strange look appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and then he said faintly, "There are no flowers that are exactly the same in this world, just like there are no people that are exactly the same." Is that so? The red spider lily's mother's tone was faint. Senior, can you answer this junior's doubts? Jun Xiaoyao wanted to know if the red spider lily's mother was the ghost-masked woman that he had been looking for. Hearing this, the red spider lily's mother withdrew her jade-like hand that was caressing Jun Xiaoyao. Then she slowly raised her hand and took off the ghost-masked mask on her face. The mist surged and the light shone. It was incomparably hazy. Ordinary people would find it difficult to see her face clearly and would be isolated. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the eye of chaos and could see the peerless beauty of the red spider lily's mother. Her facial features could be said to be extremely beautiful. Among the women that Jun Xiaoyao had seen, she could be ranked in the top 5. There was a bright red mark of the red spider lily between her eyebrows. Time could not leave any blemishes on this face. It could only precipitate a kind of charm of time. You said that I might have misunderstood you as someone. But in fact, you might have misunderstood me as well. The red spider lily's mother said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. Could it be that his guess was wrong? The red spider lily's mother was not related to the ghost-masked woman. However, the ghost-masked woman's various clues did indeed point to the red spider lily clan. She seemed to have seen the surprise in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The red spider lily's mother said faintly, "The red spider lily blooms for 1,000 years and wilts for 1,000 years. The flowers and leaves will never meet again. Love is not karma. Fate determines life and death. She is just waiting for a person to return. Waiting for 1,000 years, and another 1,000 years. One era, and another era. In the end, what she waited for was just a similar flower. How sad is that?" The red spider lily's mother sighed. Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly. Could it be that senior is not? Jun Xiaoyao did not expect that he would guess wrongly. He heard from the red spider lily's mother that she was not the ghost-masked woman, but she had seen the ghost-masked woman before. "No, you guessed correctly, but not completely. I am her, but also not her." Chapter 1054. The red spider lily mother's words seemed to be beating around the bush. Jun Xiaoyaro didn't think that she was deliberately playing the riddle. Senior, can you elaborate? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was solemn. The red spider lily mother looked at Jun Xiaoyaro. Originally, according to her position, she should directly kill Jun Xiaoyaro. But in her heart, there was a certain emotion surging. When she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, it was as if she saw the most familiar and closest person. Therefore, the red spider lily mother couldn't do anything to Jun Xiaoyaro at all. Forget about the fact that he was just a member of Immortal Domain's Jun family. Even if he slaughtered the entire emperor family, the red spider lily mother probably wouldn't harm Jun Xiaoyaro. This was an existence engraved into the soul. In the past, this king was nothing more than a red spider lily that bloomed in the unspeakable lands, by the banks of the underworld river. After the baptism of countless years, who knows how many great eras, I grew step by step to become an immortal king. However, when this king wanted to enter a deeper realm, this king failed, suffering serious injuries. My cultivation in all eras was destroyed in an instant. The mother of the resurrection lilies was recounting her memories. The red spider lily had a special reincarnation ability. It was because they were yellow springs flowers that could guide souls. This was an ability that other creatures found difficult to possess. They could even condense reincarnation seals, reviving one life after another. But that time, the red spider lily mother was seriously injured, suffering great Dao injuries, even the immortal Dao fruit about to shatter. And right at that time, a woman wearing a ghost mask appeared. She wasn't a foreign creature, yet she entered in such a grandiose manner. No one could stop her. Even if the immortal kings were in front of her, they were still incomparably terrified. The kings all retreated. The ghost-masked woman came specifically for the red spider lily. She wanted to borrow the red spider lily's reincarnation ability to live another life. Erase or coexist. The ghost-masked woman gave her a choice. Erase her consciousness and directly seize her body. Or, merge with her and coexist with her. After a lifetime of reincarnation, the ghost-masked woman completely cultivated the red spider lily's divine ability. The red spider lily mother could then take back the control of her will. At that time, the red spider lily mother didn't hesitate, directly choosing to merge with her. It was because she could sense that the ghost-masked woman's strength was terrifying, definitely at the level of history. To be able to merge with her, the red spider lily mother's throat was actually not a loss. The only thing she could provide to the masked woman was the reincarnation technique of the parameter flower lineage. Then, everything followed a natural process. The ghost-masked woman was reborn. She red spider lily mother's red spider lily the red spider mother's mother was the red spider lily mother was the red spider lily mother. The parameter imperial clan was also established at that time. The this the S she's too formidable. In just a single lifetime, she completely comprehended the various profundities of the parameter flower clan and created the parameter samsara technique. Was the this after a lifetime, she left. The red spider lily mother sighed with emotion when she said this. It was hard to imagine that the red spider lily mother who was revered by countless people in the foreign world would talk about a person with such a respectful tone. The ghost-masked woman, even she could only sigh in admiration. She was too powerful, walking the ancient history, resisting the passage of time, even the epochs couldn't erase her. Jun Xiaoyaro was also enlightened. As if he was enlightened, he understood many things. Why did the ghost-masked woman have the power of the red spider lily? Why could she walk the ancient history as she pleased? There was also the ghost-masked woman burial emperor from the eternal burial earth. When Jun Xiaoyaro entered the burial world, the ghost-masked woman burial emperor had helped him. The ghost-masked woman burial emperor could also use the power of the red spider lily. Now that he thought about it, the ghost-masked woman burial emperor might be the ghost-masked woman's broken shell in one of her lives. After being buried in the burial earth, she was reborn with intelligence. So now, Senior is also affected by her? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. The red spider lily mother said, indeed, there is still a part of her consciousness in my consciousness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been taken in by the parameter organization. The red spider lily mother glanced at Xian Yu. Only then did Xian Yu understand why she was chosen. Perhaps her life experience was similar to that of the ghost-masked woman. Many of Zhun Xiaoyao's mysteries were solved. However, there was only one regret. The red spider lily mother was only one of the ghost-masked woman's lives. It wasn't even a complete life, because it was only a symbiotic relationship. Then where was the real her? There were traces left in various places. She had never seen Zhun Xiaoyao with her own eyes, but she had helped him greatly many times. If it was just a similar flower. Zhun Xiaoyao felt that he couldn't afford this favor. Are you still wondering where she is? The red spider lily mother saw Zhun Xiaoyao's expression and asked. Indeed. Zhun Xiaoyao nodded. With your talent, perhaps it won't take long for you to meet her. She's also waiting. Waiting for what? Zhun Xiaoyao asked. Waiting for you to fully mature and become an existence that can truly look down on all eternity. When that time comes, the truth that she's searching for might appear. The truth, her? Zhun Xiaoyao smirked when he heard that. He also wanted to see this ghost-masked woman who was so talented that she could condense the seal of reincarnation and wander through ancient history. Thank you for answering my questions. Zhun Xiaoyao cupped his hands slightly. He had obtained the clues that he should have obtained. He could only say that he still had regrets. But thinking about it, although the red spider lily mother was immeasurably strong, compared to the ghost-masked woman, she was still inferior. By the way, I can tell you one more thing. She once entered the Avacania lands, the red spider lily mother said. Oh! Zhun Xiaoyao had another guess. The ghost-masked woman had entered the Avacania lands. Could she have encountered the ultimate disaster? That piqued Zhun Xiaoyao's curiosity. On one side was the ghost-masked woman who was so talented that she wandered through ancient history. On the other side was the ultimate disaster in the legends of the other side, an unspeakable existence. Why did the ghost-masked woman go to the Avacania lands? Did she witness the ultimate disaster with her own eyes? Although there were some mysteries in his heart, since the red spider lily mother didn't say anything, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't ask. Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave. Zhun Xiaoyao prepared to leave. You're leaving just like that? The red spider lily mother suddenly said. Zhun Xiaoyao's footsteps paused. The red spider lily mother waved her jade-like hand slightly. Something suddenly appeared in Zhun Xiaoyao's spatial artifact. She even gave this to you, the red spider lily mother said. Zhun Xiaoyao was stunned. The thing that appeared was a flower. It was in the ancient road, buried Emperor Star, chaotic ancient tower, 999 levels. The ghost-masked woman's imprint sent a real flower through the river of time. May I ask, senior, the flower looked ordinary and only had 4 petals. Even Zhun Xiaoyao couldn't recognize its origin. This is the flower of 4 souls. It contains the seal of samsara. It seems that she has already foreseen that you will encounter a life and death calamity in the future. The red spider lily mother's tone was heavy. Chapter 1055. A life and death calamity? Zhun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent when he heard the red spider lily's mother's words. If an ordinary person knew that they might encounter a life and death calamity in the future, they would most likely feel uneasy and somewhat flustered. However, Zhun Xiaoyao did not feel this way at all. This was the confidence that came from absolute talent and strength. However, this reminded Zhun Xiaoyao of a glimpse of the future when he was condensing his future primordial spirit. Heaven and earth were in turmoil, tens of thousands of creatures were bathed in blood, and even the corpses of quasi-emperors were strewn across the universe. There was also Jiang Shengyi. Could a life and death calamity be related to that kind of calamity? Did the ghost-masked woman really foresee that he would encounter a life and death calamity by giving him the flower of 4 souls in advance? Senior, may I ask what the function of the flower of 4 souls is? Zhun Xiaoyao asked. Even with his background and insight, he had never heard of the flower of 4 souls. The flower of 4 souls will help you at a critical moment, but that is a last resort, the red spider lily's mother said. For some reason, she felt that Zhun Xiaoyao might encounter a life and death calamity in the future. The red spider Lily's mother felt an inexplicable stabbing pain in her heart. She knew that this was the remnant will of the ghost-masked woman influencing her. By the way, are you willing to learn the parameter samsara immortal art? The red spider Lily's mother asked. Jun Xiaoyaro was taken aback when he heard this. The parameter samsara immortal art? That should be the supreme core cultivation technique of the parameter emperors. It was also a top-notch cultivation technique created by the ghost-masked woman in her previous life after she had thoroughly mastered the remarkable abilities of the parameter emperors. One could imagine how precious the parameter samsara immortal art was. It could be said that even among the parameter emperors, there were not many who were qualified to cultivate this cultivation technique. However, the red spider Lily's mother was willing to teach it to him, an outsider. The mother of the hurricane Lily lowered her gaze when she saw Jun Xiaoyaro looking at her. Jun Xiaoyaro was also very smart and guessed that this might be the effect of the ghost-masked woman's remnant will. He did not stand on ceremony and nodded slightly. "Thank you, senior." The red spider Lily's mother raised her jade-like hand and pointed it out. Dazzling immortal light emerged and entered Jun Xiaoyao's mind between his brows. Because the parameter samsara immortal art was too precious, there was no scroll left behind. Only by personally passing on the knowledge could it be passed on to others. Jun Xiaoyaro felt a series of incomparably vast and abstruse scriptures surging into his mind. Oh right, there's also you. Your physique is special. Although you have a mortal physique, you can devour the origin of the myriad Tao. You are somewhat similar to that person. This heaven-devouring creation divine art is also a cultivation art she cultivates in. Are you willing to learn it? The mother of the spider lilies glanced at Mystic Moon. Of course. Thank you, senior. Mystic Moon clasped her hands. This was a great opportunity that could not be obtained even if one begged for it. As for Xian Yu, she had an impulse in her heart. She needed to have enough strength to keep up with Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps and not be a burden. The red spider Lily's mother had also imparted the devouring fortune divine art to Xian Yu. The parameter samsara immortal art and the heaven-devouring creation divine art were both created by the masked woman. And these two cultivation arts were of the immortal sutra level. From this, it could be seen how amazing the masked woman was. Jun Xiaoyao even felt that the masked woman might be the same as him. She had the monstrous talent of an outlier. The so-called outlier was an existence that heaven and earth could not tolerate. In the following time, Jun Xiaoyao and Xian Yu stayed here for the time being to comprehend their respective cultivation arts. The red spider Lily's mother was bored to death. She sat back on the throne and rested her chin on her jade-like hand, staring blankly at Jun Xiaoyao who was immersed in cultivation. She didn't understand why the ghost-masked woman was so obsessed with finding a similar flower. Perhaps, this was a beautiful misunderstanding in itself. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in cultivation. Some things had happened in the outside world. Someone saw that in the area of the chaotic demon sea, there was a dark six-point star mark that illuminated the sky. That meant that another world destroyer king had appeared. The chaotic demon sea's geographical location was very special. It was located at the junction of the 10 great provinces of the foreign world and the Avacania lands. It was like the border that separated the two places. However, the chaotic demon sea was not dead and uninhabited. There were some islands scattered all over it. There were also some races living in it. The Iza clan that Kagura belonged to happened to be the immortal emperor clan that lived in the chaotic demon sea. Their ancestral land was also on an island in the chaotic demon sea. As mentioned before, the Iza clan was related to the races in the Avacania lands. It was because they were close that they knew some secrets of the Avacania lands. And now, another world destroyer king had appeared in the chaotic demon sea, which undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. Another world destroyer king has appeared. It's time to find the first king's palace. After Kagura received the news, she prepared to find Jun Xiaoyao. The 6 kings were about to appear. It was time to prepare to go to the Avacania lands. Moreover, apart from this reason, Kagura had another matter to attend to. She also needed to return to the chaotic demon sea. She learned that Jun Xiaoyaro had appeared in the Nirvana continent, so she also rushed to the Nirvana clan. Soon, Kagura saw Meng Nu. The two women stood facing each other. Meng Nu, where is the first king's palace? Kagura smiled slightly. Her beauty was unparalleled. If two women, especially two peerless women, met, there were only two kinds of relationship. Or they were as close as sisters. Or they were competing in beauty. Xiaoyaro Gongzi is a guest in my clan. He talked with me all night long. We had a good talk. Meng Nu was also smiling. Her face was dreamy. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to ask the first king's palace myself. Kagura's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A strange atmosphere spread between the two women. There was actually a feeling of jealousy. Forget it, I'll tell you directly. Xiaoyaro Gongzi went to visit the supreme of my clan. Do you want to go find him too? Meng Nu asked. The mother of the red spider lilies? Kagura's beautiful eyes narrowed. Even if she had the Iza clan behind her, she still couldn't look down on the Nirvana clan. The main reason was because of the mother of the red spider lilies. She was too mysterious and too powerful. Even some immortal kings were afraid of her and didn't want to become enemies with the Nirvana clan. In that case, I'll wait here. Sister Meng Nu, do you welcome me? Kagura asked. Of course. Meng Nu smiled. The two women were secretly wrestling with each other. One was as beautiful as a fairy, the other was as charming as a demon. Their temperaments were completely opposite. Jun Xiaoyaro naturally didn't know that Kagura had come to find him. During this time, Jun Xiaoyaro was also comprehending the immortal art of parameter samsara. It had to be said that this technique created by the demon-masked woman was very mysterious. It wasn't any weaker than the various immortal scriptures that Jun Xiaoyaro had cultivated before. Moreover, this technique had combined all the abilities of the red spider lilies. Jun Xiaoyaro couldn't digest it in a short time. However, during this time, he had learned from the immortal art of parameter samsara. He had refined a terrifying soul divine ability. The red spider lilies were originally good at the soul Dao. Previously, the blue-red spider lily's little heavenly lord had also wanted to use a soul ultimate technique to deal with Jun Xiaoyaro. However, in the end, he had brought himself into a trap. Parameter soul bridge, Jun Xiaoyaro muttered to himself. This was the soul divine ability that he had refined from the immortal art of parameter samsara. The parameter soul bridge allowed the soul to cross to the other side. Once used, a soul bridge would appear. As long as the opponent's primordial spirit cultivation was slightly weaker, they would immediately be hit. The primordial spirit would leave the body and step on the soul bridge to the other side. This move could be used on the future primordial spirit. In this way, Jun Xiaoyao's past, present, future, and 3 primordial spirits would all have their own moves. When used at the same time, the power could be multiplied. This could also become Jun Xiaoyao's trump card. Chapter 1056. After refining the parameter soul bridge, a soul divine ability, the parameter soul bridge, Jun Xiaoyaro did not continue to train. He needed time to digest the mysteries of the parameter reincarnation immortal art. It wasn't something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. Mystic Moon had also finished cultivating for the time being. Her aura was much more profound than before. It added a bit of coldness to her aura. Mystic Moon, seems like you have gained a lot. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled. I have to thank you for bringing me here. Mystic Moon looked at Jun Xiaoyaro with eyes full of gratitude. She didn't play any role in finding the parameter flower's mother this time. She was a burden. And now, Mystic Moon, who had obtained the heaven-devouring creation immortal art, finally had the confidence to follow Jun Xiaoyaro. Jun Xiaoyaro turned to look at the parameter flower's mother and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior, for helping me, a person from the immortal domain. The parameter flower's mother didn't say anything. If it was any other being from the immortal domain, she could kill them with a single thought. Jun Xiaoyaro, on the other hand, was from the immortal region. Even if he wanted to destroy the entire immortal domain, the parameter flower's mother wouldn't do anything to hurt him. Since things have come to this and I've gotten the answers I wanted, I'll take my leave first. Jun Xiaoyaro prepared to leave. Wait. The parameter flower's mother suddenly spoke. She glanced at Mystic Moon. Mystic Moon, wait outside. Jun Xiaoyaro said. Yes. Mystic Moon nodded and left the palace. Only the parameter flower's mother and Jun Xiaoyaro were left. The parameter flower's mother raised her hand. A beautiful parameter flower appeared and floated towards Jun Xiaoyaro. The seemingly beautiful flower actually contained a pressure and power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Seeing the flower is like seeing me. It can help you avoid some trouble. The parameter flower's mother said. Jun Xiaoyao's identity was too sensitive. If he was exposed, he would face a disaster. Even the mother of the red spider lilies couldn't tell. She was worried about Jun Xiaoyao. Did it come from the heart, or did it come from the ghost-masked woman's will? Perhaps there was no difference between the two. Jun Xiaoyao took it and put away the red spider lilies. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. He knew that even if it was because of the ghost-masked woman's will, the parameter flower's mother would still take care of him. However, he still had to thank him. He seemed to have noticed that Jun Xiaoyao had the intention to leave. The red spider lily's mother hesitated. Jun Xiaoyao was very sharp and noticed this. May I ask if Senior has anything else to say? The red spider lily's mother hesitated for a moment before speaking. I don't know if you can hug me. To tell the truth. Even the Hellflower mother hadn't expected herself to say something like this. Who was she? She was the queen of the Nirvana tribe. He was a well-known undying even in the other side. She had reached her level. Even emotions such as feelings and desires were things that could be easily controlled. But now, she was asking for a hug. If she hadn't said it herself, the red spider lily's mother wouldn't have believed it. This didn't seem like something she would say. It could only be said that the remnants of the ghost-masked woman's will had already merged with her own, affecting her judgment. Jun Xiaoyao was also stunned. For such a top immortal to say such words, it was indeed a bit strange. However, he thought of the ghost-masked woman burial emperor. When he left the eternal burial ground, the ghost-masked woman burial emperor also wanted him to hug her. Perhaps that ghost-masked woman lacked love too much. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and directly stepped forward and hugged the red spider lily's mother's waist. The red spider lily's mother answered his doubts and even gave him the parameter reincarnation immortal art and devouring heaven creation immortal art. A hug wasn't a loss. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao's body was a chaotic body and was incomparably strong. Otherwise, it would be awkward. It was difficult to even get close to the red spider lily's mother, let alone hug her. Feeling Jun Xiaoyao's body temperature, the red spider lily's mother's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. An emotion that originated from the depths of her soul emerged. She also couldn't help but lean her head on Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. Her smooth and creamy skin was very close to Jun Xiaoyao and was enough to make anyone's heart beat faster. However, Jun Xiaoyao was very calm and his emotions were calm. After going through Luo Xiangling, he no longer thought of casually flirting with beautiful old aunties. Because there were too many troubles. One Luo Xiangling was already so troublesome. Not to mention the red spider lily's mother, who was much stronger and much older. To put it bluntly, the red spider lily's mother was enough to be Jun Xiaoyao's great-grandmother. Hence, when he hugged this beautiful great-grandmother, Jun Xiaoyao's heart was as calm as still water. It seemed like 10,000 years had passed, but also like it was only an instant. Jun Xiaoyao let go of his hand. Although the red spider lily's mother's delicate body was delicate and smooth, Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. The red spider lily's mother's heart instantly felt empty, as if she had lost something. However, she was an immortal after all and quickly calmed down. Goodbye. Jun Xiaoyao left. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, the red spider lily's mother's gaze was deep, and there was a faint trace of complexity and longing. What kind of storm will you cause in this world? The red spider lily's mother vaguely felt that the reason Jun Xiaoyao was hiding his identity. It was possible that he was going to do something big in the foreign world. At that time, he would definitely be in an extremely dangerous situation. At that point, the red spider lily's mother didn't know if she would have to sacrifice the entire red spider lily clan for him. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao also left the palace. Mystic Moon was waiting outside. In the future, there might be a day when we meet again. Jun Xiaoyao muttered in his heart. He had a premonition that a storm would come in the future. The red spider lily's mother shouldn't turn a blind eye to it. In this way, apart from the mysterious immortal that Jun Xiaoyao fabricated himself, Shanao of Beach, the nine-tailed king, and the red spider lily's mother, he had 3 immortal kings supporting him from behind. Among them, the red spider lily's mother's cultivation was suspected to be above an ordinary immortal. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't determine it at the moment. But no matter what, Jun Xiaoyao's background could be considered to be deep now. Then, he and Mystic Moon left the bottomless abyss and returned to the red spider lily clan. When Jun Xiaoyao returned to the red spider lily clan, many members of the red spider lily clan were extremely surprised. "Young master, you saw Supreme?" Meng Nyue rushed over when she heard the news. Jun Xiaoyao was rather surprised by the arrival of another woman, who looked incredibly alluring. "Kagura. I did see her," Jun Xiaoyao said. Everyone was shocked. Not everyone was qualified to see the red spider lily's mother. "Young master is indeed fated with my red spider lily clan." Meng Nyue approached Jun Xiaoyao and smiled, looking very intimate. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Although she was respectful to him before, she wasn't so intimate, was she? "First King's Palace, you finally appeared. Nyue has been waiting for a long time." Kagura twisted her slim waist and also came to Jun Xiaoyao's side, holding Jun Xiaoyao's arm with her jade-like hand. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. Meng Nyue and Kagura seemed to be wrestling in the dark. "What are you looking for me for?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "The dark hexagram mark of Chaos Demon Sea has reappeared," Kagura said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. That meant that another king of annihilation had been born. Chapter 1057. Jun Xiaoyao knew a thing or two about the Chaos Demon Sea. It was located at the border between the 10 continents and the Avacania lands. Jun Xiaoyao didn't know the specifics. "You know about the Chaos Demon Sea's situation?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Hehe, Your Highness, you must be joking. The ancestral land of the Iza clan is in the Chaos Demon Sea." Kagura laughed. "I see." Jun Xiaoyao understood. In the Chaos Demon Sea, there were also otherworldly clans. He also knew why Kagura knew so many secrets. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The Iza clan was close to the Avacania lands, so they naturally knew a lot of secret information. "Well then, let's leave this place first," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Won't Gongzi stay for a few more days?" "I would like to discuss the Tao with Gongzi," Meng Nyue invited. "Sister, you may not have this chance. Milord's time is very precious." Kagura showed a smug look. Meng Nyue secretly gritted her teeth. Jun Xiaoyao saw it. Meng Nyue was as otherworldly as a fairy. Kagura was as charming as a seductive enchantress. Sure enough, they had completely different styles. No wonder they were secretly competing with each other. "Thank you for your invitation, Miss Meng Nyue. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now." Jun Xiaoyao refused. "That's a pity. But since Gongzi can face the supreme of my clan, then the door of the Nirvana clan will always be open for Gongzi," Meng Nyue said sincerely. However, Kagura interrupted, "Then will your door be open for Milord?" Hearing this, the pure and innocent Meng Nyue's face turned slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed. How could she not know Kagura's dirty jokes? Seeing Kagura's teasing gaze, she refused to be outdone and replied, "As long as Gongzi doesn't mind, I'm naturally willing to open my door. Miss Meng, I'll take my leave." Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands and left. He didn't want to be associated with any other woman. Mystic Moon followed closely behind. "Goodbye." Kagura chuckled and left. Looking at Kagura's back, Meng Nyue snorted. This woman, Jun Xiaoyao, Kagura, and Mystic Moon flew through the void. You said that the black hexagram mark appeared in the chaotic demon sea. Do you know the identity of the World Destroyer King? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. I don't know for the time being. However, with our clan's connections in the chaotic demon sea, it won't be difficult for us to find out the truth once we return, said Kagura. So, it's already very soon before the 6 kings gather and head to the Avacania lands. Jun Xiaoyaro was thinking of some plans. That's right. So, does the first king's palace want to bring Nunu to the chaotic demon sea? Kagura's eyes were filled with anticipation. What else do you want to say? Jun Xiaoyaro asked faintly. First seat king, what do you mean? If you want me to go to the chaotic demon sea with you, there should be something else, right? Jun Xiaoyaro asked. Kagura's expression froze for a moment before she burst into laughter. I knew that I wouldn't be able to hide my intentions from your highness. It's like this. Nunu has a cousin who is related to me by blood. She might be getting married soon. However, the person she's getting married to, Kagura's expression was a little strange when she said this. Go ahead. Jun Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. Next, Kagura gave a simple explanation. In the chaotic demon sea, there used to be many emperor clans that dominated the entire sea. For example, there Isya Emperor clan. For example, the Haki imperial family. The Haki imperial family used to be one of the overlords of the chaotic demon sea. It was said that they originated from an unimaginably strong existence. However, in recent eras, the Haki imperial family had been declining day by day. Especially in the last war between the two worlds, the Haki imperial family had lost many top powerhouses. This caused the clan's powerhouses to wither. Until now, only an immortal king who had been in seclusion for a long time was holding on. There weren't even many quasi-immortal level powerhouses left. In the previous era, the Haki imperial family had intermarried with the Isya Emperor clan. However, in recent eras, there were fewer interactions. This time, the person getting married was Kagura's distant cousin who was somewhat related to her by blood. And the person she was getting engaged to was the young master of the Haki imperial family. However, what was controversial was that the young master of the Haki imperial family was born with a crippled body and couldn't cultivate. No one was willing to marry a cripple. So, Nu's cousin doesn't seem to be very willing to marry the young master of the Haki imperial family, Kagura said. Jun Xiaoyao's expression became a little strange after hearing this. A declining clan. A crippled young master. A wedding banquet. Good lord, there was an inside story. Don't tell me that the young master of the Haki imperial family is the new king of destruction. That's too boring, Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself. On the surface, he said, since you said that the Haki imperial family is declining, then it's not a big deal if they don't get married. That's right, but first of all, the grandfather of the Haki imperial family's young master saved that cousin's parents in an accident. Secondly, although the Haki imperial family is declining, there is another imperial family that is on good terms with them. That imperial family is definitely not to be trifled with. Kagura put her hand to her forehead, looking a little helpless. That imperial family is, Jun Xiaoyaro said. The Torch Dragon imperial family, or the Torch Dragon clan, Kagura said with a serious tone. Obviously, even the Isya Emperor clan didn't want to offend the Torch Dragon clan. Torch Dragon. Jun Xiaoyaro whispered. This was also one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Strictly speaking, they belonged to the Dragon clan. However, the Torch Dragon clan was extremely powerful. Even among the Dragon clan, they were an extremely powerful clan. It was said that this clan could see day when they opened their eyes, and night when they closed their eyes. They were a clan that was born with the mysterious power of time. One had to know that the power of time was one of the most mysterious and powerful energies. Other living beings had to cultivate to the level of a quasi-emperor before they could start to come into contact with the power of time. Only after reaching the level of a great emperor could they start to control it. If they wanted to manifest it in the river of time, they would need to be even more powerful, at least at the level of a mythical emperor. However, this clan was born with the ability to control time. Of course, The Torch Dragon clan in the foreign domain might not be pure-blooded torch dragons. However, they probably wouldn't be too weak. I see. The Torch Dragon clan is on good terms with the Haki imperial family, so you don't want to offend the Torch Dragon clan. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. So you want to pull me over to suppress the Torch Dragon clan and make them a little wary, Jun Xiaoyao said. He wasn't alone now. He was the war god of R's academy and Tushan's son-in-law. Both of these forces could be considered as his backing. Not to mention that he was now in contact with the Parameter clan. Jun Xiaoyao's background wasn't any weaker than those princes and princesses. In fact, it might even surpass them. Hearing this, Kagura hurriedly said, "Of course not. How would I dare to cause trouble for you, sir? Actually, getting married isn't a big deal. It's just a slight grievance for my cousin." Kagura wanted to help her cousin. However, if Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to, she definitely wouldn't cause trouble for Jun Xiaoyao. "It's fine. I was going to the chaotic demon sea to investigate that world destroyer king anyway, and also attend the wedding. What's wrong with that?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He didn't mind. In fact, he was very interested. "Thank you, sir." Kagura revealed a joyful expression. Her delicate body pressed against Jun Xiaoyao, and her voluptuous breasts pressed against Jun Xiaoyao's arm. Is the young master of the Haki imperial family really trash, or is there something else? Chapter 1058. The Chaos Demon Sea was located in the gap between the 10 major states of the Foreign Realm and the Avacania lands. Just like the Chu River and Han boundary, it divided the two areas. The Chaos Demon Sea was vast and boundless. In terms of size, it was comparable to the size of a major state. Islands were scattered all over the place. Many races lived on many of the islands. There was no lack of powerful emperor clans among them. In the center of the Chaos Demon Sea, there was an island as large as a continent. On the island, there was a myriad of scenery. A palace floated in mid-air. There was a river of yin with yin qi that poured down from the void like a waterfall. This was where the Iza clan was located. The Iza clan originated from the mother goddess of the foreign realm, Izanami. In the Chaos Demon Sea, they were an absolute overlord force. At this moment, in a palace at the core of the island, a group of people were gathered here, discussing something. "Have you really decided to marry Yomi to that useless brat from the Haki imperial family?" someone asked. "Yomi is the most outstanding descendant of our clan besides Kagura. How can we marry a useless brat?" An old man with extraordinary aura and white hair and beard said coldly. He was the 5th elder of the Iza clan. He was also a powerhouse of Yomi's lineage. Yomi was Kagura's distant cousin. She was also the most talented descendant of the entire Iza imperial clan, besides Kagura. But this marriage has already been agreed. If we go against it, where will the Haki imperial family's face go? Another old man said worriedly. It's just a declining clan. They will eventually be buried in history. The 5th elder didn't care at all. No matter how declining they are, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. If we really provoke them, who knows what they will do? They still have an immortal king who is in seclusion. Besides, have you forgotten about the Candle Dragon's lineage? An old woman in the leader's seat said. She was the 1st elder of the Iza clan, and her aura was also unfathomable. When the Candle Dragon's lineage was mentioned, even the 5th elder fell silent. The Candle Dragon's lineage was on good terms with the Haki imperial family. The Candle Dragon's lineage would also participate in this wedding banquet. If the marriage was ruined. Although the Candle Dragon's lineage would not go to war with the Izayagi clan for the sake of the Haki imperial family, the Candle Dragon's lineage would not go to war with the Izayagi clan. But they would definitely put pressure on him. My clan's Shenle is one of the world destroyer kings. Would the Candle Dragon's bloodline really dare to provoke us? The 5th elder said with a hint of reluctance. Who knows? The Candle Dragon's lineage is well hidden. No one knows the background of those shameless snakes. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. Right, isn't Kagura related to that war god? If it's him, suddenly, the 5th elder seemed to have thought of something. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Right now, Zhang Xiaoyao's reputation in the other side was resounding, like the midday sun. Even in the distant chaotic demon sea, there were still legends of Zhang Xiaoyao circulating. He possessed the primordial unparalleled chaotic body, and his origins were mysterious. And there was a mysterious undying protecting him. The Shanao of Beach of the Ars Academy was also his backing. Later on, he even became Tushan's son-in-law. It could be said that if Zhang Xiaoyao was truly willing to help, his authority would definitely not be inferior to that of the Candle Dragon's lineage. I've also heard of his name. However, this matter will have to depend on that girl Kagura. Let's leave it to fate. The Grand Elder shook his head slightly. He didn't have much hope. After all, not everyone was willing to offend the Candle Dragon's lineage. At this moment, in another side hall, a young girl was inside. The young girl had a head of straight black hair. It was smooth and shiny. Her facial features were elegant, and there was a hint of seductive charm in her phoenix eyes. Her skin was fair, and her figure was tall and beautiful. This girl was Kagura's distant cousin. She was also the bride of the wedding banquet. Her name was Yomi. Right now, her expression was very cold, and there was a hint of resistance. Why does it have to be me? That young master of the Haki imperial family, it's fine if his talent is mediocre. But he's a cripple, and he can't even cultivate. And I, your daughter, am the most outstanding person in the clan apart from my cousin Kagura. Yomi looked at her parents. Yomi's parents also had a hint of self-blame on their faces. In the past, they had encountered an accident. It was the grandfather of the Haki imperial family's young master who saved them. At that time, the news that the Haki imperial family's young master was a cripple hadn't spread yet. That was why they agreed to let Yomi marry him out of gratitude. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? The dignified young master of an imperial family was actually a cripple. Without a doubt, this was an extremely preposterous matter. No matter how much the Haki imperial family declined, it shouldn't be like this. This was what they truly regretted. Your daughter won't marry him. On the day of the wedding banquet, I will publicly announce the cancellation of the engagement, Yomi said coldly. To be honest, she didn't think that her standards were that high. But marrying a cripple was something that she absolutely couldn't accept. Daughter, Yomi's parents exchanged glances. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. You should know cousin Kagura, right? The man she likes is the war god of our world. He has the unparalleled chaos constitution, and he once made great achievements in the desolate border region. And your daughter's man is a cripple. How can this be? Yomi couldn't accept this. Especially when compared to this. Kagura's older cousin, the person that Kagura admired. He was the #1 king. He had the chaos constitution. He was the war god. And the man she was about to marry was a cripple who couldn't even cultivate. This disparity was simply too great. No one would be able to accept this. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. At this moment, an old man walked in. It was the fifth elder. Fifth grandpa. Yomi's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw the old man. The fifth elder let out a sigh. Could it be? Yomi's face paled slightly. In the end, her family was still going to let her marry that cripple. Yomi, you don't need to be like this. If you get married, Kagura will naturally return. If she can invite that person, perhaps there will be a chance for things to turn around. The fifth elder smiled bitterly. What, that person will come? Yomi's white and delicate face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Even though she was far away in the Chaos Demon Sea, she had heard of Zhang Xiaoyao's name. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Which girl didn't admire heroes? Compared to the crippled young master of the Haki imperial family, Zhang Xiaoyao was basically a son of heaven-level character. When she thought of Zhang Xiaoyao's arrival, Yomi's gloominess lessened by quite a bit. Because she would be able to see the Zhang Xiaoyao she worship. At about the same time, on another island in the Chaos Demon Sea. This island was shrouded in an ancient and desolate aura. It was incomparably dark, like a demon island. On the island, there was another emperor clan living there. The Haki imperial family. At this moment, in the center of the island, in front of an incomparably ancient shrine. A black-clothed young man stood there with his hands behind his back. There was a long-awaited look of excitement in his eyes. When the kings of darkness appear, the seal in my body will be undone. After carrying the title of cripple for so many years, I can finally wash it off. At the wedding banquet, I will let the world know. The young master of the Haki imperial family is not a cripple. Instead, he is an existence more monstrous than any other genius. And Yomi, I will let you know how honored it is to be able to marry me. Chapter 1059. This black-clothed young man was the famous young master of the Haki imperial family in the Chaos Demon Sea. His name was Noro. Noro's own meaning was infernal hell. From the sound of the name, he should be one of those top geniuses. But no. Not only was Noro not a genius, he even carried the nickname of trash all year round. One could imagine how much ridicule a young master of the imperial family would receive if he couldn't cultivate and was a piece of trash. Even if the Haki imperial family fell, it wouldn't be so unbearable. Therefore, Noro and the entire Haki imperial family received a lot of criticism and ridicule. But only Noro himself knew what the real truth was. In fact, not only was Noro not a piece of trash. On the contrary, he was a genius. An unprecedented genius. Not only was his cultivation talent extremely strong, but he was also born with a powerful evil force in his body. At that time, the entire Haki imperial family decided to train Noro as a secret weapon. They also directly gave him the position of young master. All the resources were tilted towards him. However, a turn of events happened. In the Yamata imperial clan, there was an ancient shrine that was enshrined. It was called the Orokai Shrine. It was used to worship the ancestors of the Haki imperial family. The origin of the Haki imperial family was an unimaginably strong existence. Evil god Orokai. It was different from the Iza clan's mother goddess of the netherworld and the Mahakami of the Black Heaven lineage. Evil god Orokai was too ancient. There weren't many records of it in ancient history. There were only some vague records. Rumor had it that he was a catastrophe from the end of the darkness. He brought endless darkness and disaster to the world. And the Haki imperial family had a custom. When the younger generation reached a certain age, they would worship in front of the Orokai shrine and beg for the evil god's blessing. However, when Noro was worshipping, everyone in the Haki imperial family thought that he would be blessed by the evil god and his cultivation would improve again. In the end, a purple light shot out from the Orokai shrine and entered Noro's body. Then, all of his power was sealed. Overnight, Noro turned from a monstrous genius to an ordinary person. No, he was worse than an ordinary person. No matter how bad an ordinary person's talent was, they could at least cultivate. However, Noro couldn't even cultivate. At that moment, a voice rang out in his heart. When the kings of darkness appear, the seal will be lifted. At that time, thou shalt enter the shrine and receive the true baptism of the evil god. Only Noro could hear these words. He told no one. Because even if he did, it would be meaningless. In any case, he wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. Noro's reputation as a good-for-nothing had always been attached to his head. But in recent times, as the Terminator Kings woke up one by one, Nairo could clearly feel that the seal in her body was loosening. Noro sometimes even wondered if he was one of the kings of Armageddon. But no matter what, he believed that his seal would be broken soon. Noro stood in front of the Orokai shrine with his hands behind his back. No one had ever entered the shrine. It was a forbidden area for the Haki imperial family. But Noro believed that he would soon be able to enter and obtain supreme power. He was the son of destiny of this era. Noro, an old voice rang out. Grandpa. Noro turned around and saw a white-haired old man. It was his grandfather. Back then, it was also because of him that he was engaged to Huang Quan of the Iza clan. The day of the wedding is coming. At that time, you will have a way out. At least you will be able to live a peaceful life. Grandpa will be relieved. The old man smiled. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let you down. Noro took a deep breath. He didn't tell his secret to anyone, not even the people closest to him. On the day the seal was lifted. He didn't need to waste his breath. The world would naturally know how stupid they were. But Grandpa, I heard that Huang Quan doesn't seem to be willing, Noro said with a hint of playfulness in his tone. He also understood that no one was willing to marry a piece of trash. However, if Huang Quan really refused, then he would truly be blind. Don't worry, this wedding is in the bag. The Candle Dragon clan will also participate. The old man said with a determined tone. Whoever dared to stop this wedding would be the enemy of the Haki imperial family. Not to mention offending the Candle Dragon clan. The old man believed that no one would be so stupid. Then, time passed. The chaotic demon sea gradually became lively. After all, the Iza clan and the Haki imperial family were both overlords of the chaotic demon sea. Although the Haki imperial family was declining, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Not to mention, there was Noro, the useless young master. Many people came because of his reputation and wanted to see this useless young master of the Emperor clan. Many people also had the attitude of watching a show. They didn't think that the genius of the Iza clan, Huang Quan, would be willing to marry this useless young master. Unless she was blind. Haha, interesting. I will definitely attend this wedding. That's right, it's the best show of the year. I don't believe that the genius of the Iza clan is really blind to fall in love with that useless young master. I wonder if I can see that beautiful Kagura. Hiss, that's one of the 6 kings of destruction. Her identity is extraordinary. But I heard that she is with the god of war. The god of war. I heard about him too. Unfortunately, we are in the chaotic demon sea and don't have the chance to go to the 10 great continents to pay respects to the god of war. There were warships and flying ships on every island in the chaotic demon sea. They were ready to participate in the wedding. At the same time, on another ancient island, there was also a group of people on flying ships. A man stood on the deck of a flying ship. The man's left eye was pure black and his right eye was pure white. It was like night and day. It was very strange. The surface of his skin was covered with a layer of fine dragon scales. He was a creature of the Candle Dragon's lineage. My brother is in seclusion to comprehend that remnant page. He asked me to attend the wedding on his behalf. But, with my brother's identity and status, why would he look at that useless young master Noro in a different light? And he told me that I must not offend him. Instead, I must build a good relationship with him. This man was called Zhu Huang. His brother was called Zhu Yi. He was the prince of the Candle Dragon's lineage and had extraordinary strength. And recently, he had gained another shocking identity. No matter what, I must listen to my brother. This time, I must help the young master of the Haki imperial family complete the wedding, Zhu Huang thought to himself. The Candle Dragons group also rushed to the island where the Iza clan was. Just as the entire chaotic demon sea was in a mess. At the border between the 10 great continents and the chaotic demon sea, 2 figures, one male and one female, appeared from the void. The man was wearing a white robe and his body was hazy. He didn't deliberately emit any aura, but it faintly made the void tremble. Women, on the other hand, were as beautiful as flowers and as beautiful as the moon. They were devastatingly beautiful. At the same time, they had a very charming temperament. It was Jun Xiaoyao and Kagura. As for Xian Yu, Jun Xiaoyao asked her to return to the Ars Academy first. Chapter 1060. Is this the Chaos Demon Sea? Jun Xiaoyao looked around. The waves were vast, and there was a faint dark aura rising on the surface of the sea. The Chaos Demon Sea was the boundary between the 10 prefectures and the Avacania lands. There were also many races living in it. Even the Iza Emperor clan, the Haki imperial family, the Candle Dragon lineage, and other immortal emperor clans. Where does this Chaos Demon Sea originate from? Jun Xiaoyao asked. I heard that it's also related to the river Styx. After all, the river Styx is the mother river of our world, spanning across the 10 prefectures, Shenla said. River Styx. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He thought of Luo Xiangling. It was also with the help of the river Styx that he could break through to the quasi-immortal realm after a long time. Zhang Xiaoyao had a plan in his heart. If possible, he wanted to investigate the source of the river Styx. He wanted to see if he could find a way to make Luo Xiangling break through. After all, Luo Xiangling was now completely his person. If he could break through to become an immortal king. If that were to happen, Zhang Xiaoyao would have gained yet another powerful backer. Although the quasi-immortal realm had a high status in the foreign realm, it was obviously incomparable to a true immortal king. The Chaos Demon Sea is quite lively. After Zhang Xiaoyao condensed the 3 lives primordial spirit, his perception was very sharp. In addition, his primordial spirit was at the peak of the boundless level. With a thought, Zhang Xiaoyao's divine soul perception swept across a large area of the sea. There were many people, horses, and fleets that were all rushing in the same direction. The wedding banquet should be about to begin, Shenle said. In fact, she didn't want Huang Quan to marry the useless young master of the Haki imperial family. However, Zhang Xiaoyao didn't express any opinions, and she couldn't force Zhang Xiaoyao to do anything. Let's go, I haven't attended a wedding banquet in a long time. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled. Shenle rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaoyao charmingly. Your Highness, have you forgotten about the matchmaking convention so quickly? You married 5 people at once. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled and didn't say anything. The 2 of them broke through the space. Kagura had also informed the Iza clansmen that she was going to go there in advance. On the other side, on the island where the Izya tribe was located, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, the atmosphere was exuberant. People from all walks of life gathered here. Congratulations to the daughter of the Yi Xie Emperor clan on her wedding today. The Izyagi imperial clan and the Haki imperial family are really well matched. The newlyweds are also a perfect match. Creatures from various races came to congratulate him. However, the faces of the people of the Iza clan were all dark. The more they heard these congratulatory words, the more uncomfortable they felt. It was as if they were mocking the Iza tribe. What matching social status? What qualifications does that declined imperial clan have to match our social status? That's right. What perfect couple. Can that trash young master be compared to our family's young Miss Huang Quan? The faces of the Iza clansmen were as dark as the bottom of a pot. To them, this wedding banquet was not a joyous occasion, but a humiliation. In a side hall, Huang Quan's soft black hair was tied up into an exquisite bun with a white jade glass hairpin. Her slender and soft figure was covered in a long red dress, which added a touch of beauty and glamour to her. Her beautiful face with a hint of charm, with a little makeup and a red pill in her mouth, looked even more delicate and charming. The maid next to her was stunned and said, "Miss Huang Quan, you are so beautiful." Huang Quan pursed her lips and smiled. The maid was puzzled and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss, didn't you say that you were going to refuse the marriage in public today? Why are you still dressed so beautifully and wearing a wedding dress?" The maid was a little puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Huang Quan should be quite resistant and disgusted with today's wedding banquet. However, her mood was not as cold and gloomy as expected. Huang Quan smiled and said, "Of course I have to refuse the marriage. It is impossible for me to marry the young master of Yamata. But why do you think that I am dressed for the wedding?" "Then why?" The maid was even more puzzled. Huang Quan didn't explain anything. She just wanted to add a little more glory in front of the great hero she admired. If Noro knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. The young girl who would soon become his wife was dressed to the nines, but it was for someone else. Unknowingly, Noro was forgiven. Soon, the guests gathered. A banquet was set up on the island, with jade plates and rare spirit fruits. At this moment, a flying ship flew over. A group of people walked down. The young man in the lead was Zhu Huang. "The people of the Candle Dragon are here. Hey, it's Zhu Huang." His elder brother, Zhu Yi, didn't show up. TSK, the Candle Dragon. If it weren't for them, the Iza clan might not be willing to hold this wedding banquet. Whispers could be heard all around. "The Candle Dragon congratulates the 2 clans on the wedding," Zhu Huang said loudly. Then, a fleet flew over from afar. It was the Haki imperial family's fleet. Their aura was also magnificent. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although it's declining, this show, some creatures were secretly shocked as they sensed a powerful aura in the Haki imperial family's fleet. The young man in black leading the fleet was Noro. His face was as calm as water as he walked over. Hey, is this the useless young master of the Haki imperial family? Why does he look so elegant? That's right. Everyone says that this young master of Orokai is useless. But looking at him today, he seems to be someone. Some creatures communicated with their immortal will. However, after sensing that Noro was not emitting any energy waves, their gazes once again turned into faint disdain. They seemed to have sensed the doubts, contempt, and disdain around them. Noro looked calm, but he couldn't help but clench his fists. All of you are just a bunch of superficial people who look down on others. In the future, all of you will be shocked by me. Nairo thought to herself. He had already sensed that the seal in his body was extremely loose. An extremely majestic and powerful evil force seemed to be gushing out of his body. At that time, Noro believed that he would shock the world. However, just as Noro, his grandfather, and the others arrived, all the elders of the Iza clan, including the Grand Elder, appeared together. There was also a figure as beautiful as fire who impatiently rushed out of the palace. It was Huang Quan. The creatures of the Haki imperial family were a little confused, including Noro and his grandfather. When did the Iza clan become so enthusiastic? Huang Quan. Noro looked at the gorgeously dressed, beautiful, and charming girl. The calmness on his face was broken, and he looked a little surprised. Didn't they say that Huang Quan was very resistant to marrying him? It seemed that was not the case. Although Nairo wasn't particularly interested in the marriage before, she still didn't think much of it. But who wouldn't be willing to sleep with a beautiful girl for free? Huang Quan, you don't have to be so anxious. Noro showed a smile that he thought was very appropriate. However, Huang Quan ignored him and looked at the void in the distance. Two figures appeared from the void. Cousin Kagura. Huang Quan was delighted. Then, she looked at the tall, slender, and otherworldly white-clothed man next to Kagura with a nervous expression. After her gaze locked onto him, she could no longer look away. As soon as she saw Xiao Yao, she fell in love with him. Chapter 1061. In the void, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared. Naturally, it was Kagura and Jun Xiaoyao. Previously, Kagura had already passed the news of Jun Xiaoyao's arrival to the Iza clan. That was why the elders of the Iza clan, including Yomi, came out to welcome him. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be like the sun in the sky in the foreign realm, and his future was limitless. Even the Iza clan would not slight him in the slightest. Jun Xiaoyao's white clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like an immortal, elegant and profound. The chaotic mist around his body dissipated, and a faint glow appeared. His temperament was mysterious and unfathomable. The entire wedding banquet quieted down. It's Kagura of the Iza clan, and the god of war. It's really that chaotic body, he actually came. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen the true body of the chaotic body, it is indeed transcendent. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance undoubtedly shocked everyone present. After all, Chaos Demon Sea and the foreign realm's 10 great prefectures were still separated to a certain extent. They did not expect that the famous Chaos God of War in the 10 great prefectures would come to Chaos Demon Sea to participate in this wedding banquet. Lord Xiaoyao. Yomi's gaze was like a magnet meeting iron, tightly attracted to Jun Xiaoyao's body. The young master was like jade, and his clothes were whiter than snow. It was one thing for him to have such an otherworldly temperament and appearance. But his strength was unparalleled in the world. The reason why Yomi worshipped Jun Xiaoyao so much. It was not just because of his appearance. She heard that Jun Xiaoyao was in the desolate land. As a supreme, he took a move from the great emperor of the immortal realm. This was not something that anyone could do. It could be said to be shocking, and there were only a few people who could do it since ancient times. In Yomi's heart, Jun Xiaoyao was a hero who transcended the era, above all other geniuses. This is your cousin. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Yomi and said to Kagura. Yes, how is it? Does she catch the eye of the first king's palace? Kagura said with a smile. Jun Xiaoyaro smiled faintly and did not say anything. He saw Yomi's expression of worship. He was also used to it. From beautiful old aunties who had been around for several eras, to Lolis who had only been around for 3 years. Not many women could resist his charm. Ha, child Xiaoyao's arrival brings light to our humble dwelling, the 5th elder laughed. He didn't expect that Kagura would actually be able to invite Jun Xiaoyaro over. In this way, there might be a chance for the wedding today. Little friend's name shakes up my world. With the Supreme Being realm, you blocked an attack from an immortal realm great emperor, leaving even this old one extremely shocked. The first elder of the Iza clan, the old woman, also smiled. After seeing that Kagura was on good terms with Jun Xiaoyaro, Natsuya's smile grew even wider. Jun Xiaoyaro had the chaotic body and was even the #1 king. In the desolate border, his performance was extremely dazzling. His future was limitless. If he could become the son-in-law of the Izya tribe, then wouldn't the Iza tribe have 2 kings of destruction? At that time, the Iza tribe would probably become the strongest emperor tribe after the ultimate emperor tribe. It was also because of this that they came out to greet Jun Xiaoyaro and were extremely kind to him. The Haki imperial family's attitude was the opposite of the Iza tribes. They all looked extremely embarrassed. And Noro's grandfather's expression was also as cold as stone. A wave of anger was brewing in his heart. It turned out that the Iza tribe was so grand not to greet them, but to welcome Jun Xiaoyaro. The smile on Noro's face also stiffened. It turned out that he had been overthinking. Huang Quan didn't take him seriously at all. Chaotic body, there was a touch of darkness in Noro's eyes as he looked at Jun Xiaoyaro. The void around Jun Xiaoyaro rippled as if it couldn't bear his hidden aura. There was a touch of seriousness in Noro's eyes. He had also heard of Jun Xiaoyao's deeds. It could be said that his reputation was the complete opposite of his. They were 2 extremes. One was a demon who shocked the entire foreign territory, the other was a useless young master who was ridiculed. Sensing Noro's gaze, Jun Xiaoyaro also glanced at him indifferently. Interesting. Jun Xiaoyaro thought to himself. He could sense with his divine soul that Noro didn't seem to have a trace of a cultivator's aura. But there was an extremely shocking aura in his body. It was just that it hadn't leaked out yet. Could it be that, as expected, he is also one of the 6 kings of destruction? Jun Xiaoyaro guessed. Because Yun Xiaohei was similar to this type before, hiding the power of the 10-tailed black fox of destruction in his body. But no matter what, Jun Xiaoyaro didn't take Noro seriously. With the arrival of Jun Xiaoyaro, the atmosphere of the entire wedding banquet had undoubtedly reached a climax. This made many people couldn't help but think. Was the main character of this wedding banquet Noro or Jun Xiaoyaro? Why do I feel that the one who is going to marry Huang Quan is war god Xiaoyaro? That's right, I think so too. That useless young master Noro is just a joke. Some of the living beings present communicated with each other through divine thoughts and whispered. Noro clenched his fists tightly, and his face turned green. But he still endured it. When the seal in his body was removed, he would slap everyone in the face, including Jun Xiaoyaro. Next, the wedding banquet continued. With the arrival of the newlyweds of the 2 emperor families, the wedding ceremony was also about to be held. Huang Quan's gaze was fixed on Jun Xiaoyaro. This made Noro's eyes extremely gloomy. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Unknowingly, Noro had a kind of hostility towards Jun Xiaoyaro. Jun Xiaoyaro didn't care at all. Even if Noro was one of the 6 kings of destruction, he didn't care. If he dared to cause trouble, he would just suppress him. Then, the wedding ceremony began. Huang Quan, however, bit her red lips and shouted in a delicate voice. I, Huang Quan, will not marry the young master of the Haki imperial family, Noro. Huang Quan was against marrying Noro in the first place. Now that she saw Jun Xiaoyaro, it was even more impossible for her to like Noro. To put it bluntly, Noro was a pile of feces on the side of the road. Huang Quan's words caused the noisy atmosphere to completely quiet down. However, the guests didn't look surprised. because they had already expected that the wedding banquet wouldn't be that simple. They were here to watch a show. Many of them had a hint of playfulness in their eyes as they looked at the Haki imperial family and the candle dragon. Huang Quan, what are you talking about? The veins on Noro's forehead bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. What Huang Quan said in public was a slap to his and the Haki imperial family's face. Iza clan, you are breaking the agreement. Noro's grandfather's face was also extremely pale as he shouted loudly. On the Iza clan's side, the fifth elder stepped forward and said indifferently, "This wedding banquet is not suitable. It is a mistake." What a mistake! At this moment, on the candle dragon's side, Zhu Huang stepped forward. His elder brother had told him to be on good terms with Noro. Now was the time for him to perform. As expected, seeing that the candle dragon's side had spoken, the guests of the other clans looked like they were waiting to watch a show. How would the Iza clan solve this matter? It is not good for the Iza clan to break the agreement, Zhu Huang said lightly and looked at Huang Quan. As the most powerful immortal emperor clan in the Chaos Demon Sea, they were not afraid of the Iza clan. Huang Quan felt a great pressure from Zhu Huang's gaze, and her lightly powdered cheeks turned pale. The candle dragon's side gave her a great deal of pressure. Right at this moment, a gentle and elegant voice slowly sounded. I think that everyone has the right to choose a cultivation partner. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Why don't you take a step back and let the world be peaceful? Hearing this, everyone looked at the source of the voice at the same time. It was Zhun Xiaoyao. Chapter 1062. Hearing Zhun Xiaoyao's words, Huang Quan's pale face suddenly flushed with excitement. She didn't expect Zhun Xiaoyao to be willing to speak on her behalf. Because this might offend the two immortal emperor clans. Oh, young Master Xiaoyao, this wedding banquet shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? Zhu Huang narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhun Xiaoyao. He had heard of Zhun Xiaoyao's name before. But because he was from the Candle Dragon's lineage and had an extraordinarily powerful elder brother. Therefore, he didn't feel guilty at all when facing Zhun Xiaoyao. However, before Zhun Xiaoyao could say anything, Shen Yu interrupted him. Huang Quan is my cousin, and I'm from the First Seat Lord's palace. How can you say it's not related? It had to be said that arguing was a woman's specialty. It seems that reputation can make people lose their minds easily. Be careful, the higher you stand, the harder you fall, Zhu Huang said indifferently. As a genius of the Candle Dragon's lineage, he was rarely looked down upon like this. You don't have to worry about that. Zhun Xiaoyao didn't care at all. With Zhun Xiaoyao backing her up, it was obvious that Huang Quan was emboldened. She looked at Noro and said, "You know that it's impossible between us. In my world, the law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. But you can't give me any sense of security." As Huang Quan spoke, she looked at Zhun Xiaoyao with a hint of yearning in her eyes. If Noro couldn't give her any sense of security, the sense of security that Zhun Xiaoyao gave off was undeniable. Just standing next to Zhun Xiaoyao gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Noro's blood pressure rose when he saw Huang Quan's attitude. This was simply a slap in the face, a resounding slap. He couldn't hold it in any longer. This is the promise of the Iza clan. Noro's grandfather was also furious. He stepped forward and unleashed his supreme mystique venerable aura. HMPH, what do you want? The fifth elder stepped forward as well. For a moment, the originally joyous wedding banquet actually had a feeling of mutual hostility. Just as the atmosphere froze. Suddenly, laughter rang out. Everyone looked over and was surprised. The one who laughed was Noro. Did he become an idiot from anger? A creature said with a strange expression. But it made sense. If they were in Noro's shoes, they would probably be mad too. How laughable, how laughable. Noro shook his head and laughed. What do you mean? Huang Quan frowned. I'm laughing's, eyes. Nairo shouted with a twisted smile on his face. Following his shout, an incomparably terrifying power began to brew within him, as if it was about to break out of his body. What's going on? Sensing this strange aura, many living beings in the surroundings revealed looks of surprise and bewilderment. It was indeed strange for a useless young master without any cultivation to suddenly reveal such an aura. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes were focused on him as well. A faint smirk was seen at the corner of his lips. That's more like it. Zhang Xiaoyao would be bored if he didn't do something. On the other side, Zhu Huang was also surprised. Then, he realized something. No wonder elder brother asked me to help Noro. He does have a secret. At that moment, purplish-black evil power surged out of Noro's body. His anger, unwillingness, and resentment formed a huge force that broke the seal that was already on the verge of collapse. Boom! An unprecedented purplish-black evil power formed a storm and surged out of Noro's body. His aura also began to soar. Empty God, true God, heavenly God, Tao God. Sage, Sage King, Supreme Sage, Sacred Master. Prospective Supreme, Supreme. In just a few breaths of time, Noro directly broke through to the Supreme Realm. Of course, this didn't mean that Noro's talent was so monstrous that he directly broke through to the Supreme Realm. Instead, the power that he had accumulated for a long time was sealed. Now that it erupted, coupled with the effect of the purplish-black evil power, it allowed Noro to improve so much. Rumble. Above the sky, black tribulation clouds surged. It actually attracted the supreme tribulation. In the end, Noro waved his hand. The purplish-black evil power burst out and vaguely turned into the shadow of a terrifying demonic snake. It directly rushed into the sky and scattered the heavenly tribulation. It was so terrifying. Dead silence. The whole place was silent. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that the chaotic demon sea's useless young master actually became a supreme overnight? In the chaotic demon sea, or even the entire foreign realm, he was definitely a monstrous genius. Am I dreaming? How is that possible? That useless young master actually broke through to the supreme realm. Heavens, I can't accept this. There won't be any fun to chat with in the future. Many living beings were shocked, their eyeballs almost popping out. This kind of transformation was too dramatic. Could it be that the person who triggered the black 6-point star mark some time ago was Noro? He's one of the 6 destruction kings? There were also people who guessed. That's not right, the black 6-point star didn't appear this time. While many people were shocked, they were also very puzzled. Noro's grandfather was so excited that he couldn't control himself. His grandson wasn't a piece of trash. Instead, he was a genius, a 1-in-a-million genius. That's why I said that you guys are the ones who have eyes but can't see. Noro smiled crookedly, incomparably evil and cold. The seal was broken. Noro felt that every cell in his body was filled with unprecedented power. That innate evil power filled every corner of his body, even every cell. Vaguely, a terrifying fiend-godlike figure appeared in his consciousness. Behind that figure, there was also a towering demonic figure with 8 heads. The evil god Orokai. Noro immediately reacted. It turned out that he was really the darling of the evil god. Suppressing the extreme joy in his heart, Noro looked at Huang Quan again. Now do you understand how ridiculous your rejection of the marriage is? Noro's face was cold. Powerful strength brought with it absolute confidence. Huang Quan's face was pale, but she still gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, although I don't know what's going on with you. But my life is still up to me. I still can't marry you now. Huang Quan's tone was firm. Although Noro was now different from the past. But in her heart, he was still incomparable to Zhang Xiaoyao. Ridiculous. It seems that in your eyes, he's the ideal husband, right? If that's the case, do you, Xiaoyao, have the guts to fight with me? Noro looked at Zhang Xiaoyao. His tone was crazy and cool. With power, it was inflated. Not to mention the power of the evil god. Noro already thought that he was the darling of the evil god. Even in the face of Zhang Xiaoyao, the king of destruction, he was still confident. Me? Zhang Xiaoyao pointed at himself. This Noro really knew how to pick a fight. Yes, it's you. Do you have the guts? Or, before Noro finished his words, his face immediately changed. In a short moment, Zhang Xiaoyao appeared in front of him. A punch came down, boom. Noro's whole body was like a kite flying upside down. He fell into the sea in the distance, setting off monstrous waves. Sorry, say it again. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Talk tough with him? Then sorry. Jun Xiaoyao didn't even give Noro a chance to talk tough. Chapter 1063. The scene fell silent for a moment. This scene caused everyone to be speechless. Noro's breakthrough to the Supreme Being level was beyond everyone's imagination. Jun Xiaoyao's punch was the one that put an end to such fantasies. As expected, trash is trash, trash is trash. Even if he broke through to the Supreme Being level, he's still trash. He's no match for Lord God of War. Many living beings present communicated with each other. The shock in their eyes calmed down again. It seemed that Noro breaking through to the Supreme Being level wasn't a big deal. He was still a weak one. Noro's grandfather and some living beings of the Haki imperial family couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, Noro breaking through to the Supreme Being level was a pleasant surprise to them. It was as if the peerless genius of the past had returned. In the end, he was sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao's punch in less than 3 seconds. The contrast between before and after really made one speechless. Even the pale-faced Huang Quan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Boom! In the distance, the sea surface exploded, setting off huge waves. A wretched figure rushed out from the bottom of the sea. It was Noro. However, at this moment, his clothes were torn and a huge bloody hole appeared in his chest. Obviously, it was caused by the power of Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. With his current physical strength, to put it bluntly, he could casually throw a punch. Even a supreme being of the same level would have their body exploded. Not many people could withstand it. Previously, even the lesser heavenly venerable of the Blue Hurricane Lily lineage couldn't withstand Jun Xiaoyao in terms of physical strength. However, now, Noro only had a bloody hole in his chest. This was already beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. Noro coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was so cold that it was distorted, and there was a kind of disbelief. After all, he had just broken through to the Supreme Being level, and he was already so embarrassed by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. He hadn't even started to show off. Instead, he had become like this. No one would be able to accept this. You sneak attacked me. Nairo shouted harshly. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. You're not a child anymore. Don't you think it's childish to say such things? In the cruel foreign side, there was no fairness to speak of. Those who could defeat others and survive were the victors. The so-called fairness and righteousness didn't exist in the other side. The one with the bigger fist was the absolute truth. Noro's chest heaved as a purple-black evil force gathered in his chest. The bloody hole grew granulation at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then healed. This scene caused many people's pupils to shrink. He sensed that Noro wasn't that simple. Oh! Jun Xiaoyao also noticed it. Within Noro's body, there was an extremely powerful evil force. However, he did not look like one of the 6 Annihilation Kings. This made Jun Xiaoyao both curious and puzzled. I was careless before. Let's do it again. Noro attacked again. As he raised his hand, the purple-black evil force surged and turned into countless shadows of giant snakes. They tore through the void and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. For some reason, when Noro attacked, a kind of fighting instinct emerged from the bottom of his heart. These moves seemed to be engraved in his bones and blood. They were extremely skillful. Jun Xiaoyao simply raised his palm to suppress it. The chaotic aura surged, and every wisp crushed the void, causing a huge crack to appear in the sky. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts exploded at the same time. The ripples caused huge waves to rise in the surrounding sea. The island where the Iza tribe was located also lit up with defensive array patterns to resist the waves. Another collision. Noro only felt that the chaotic handprint seemed to have the power to cover the sky. Even if he now had the cultivation of a supreme being and there was an extremely powerful evil force in his body, he still felt that his strength was not enough. Damn it, where did this person come from? How can he be so monstrous? Noro roared in his heart. Jun Xiaoyaro seemed to have suddenly appeared in a foreign land. He rose like a comet and had never tasted defeat. I have to do my best. At first, Nai Luo wanted to take Jun Xiaoyaro down with ease. Now, it seemed impossible. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void with his 5 fingers. Endless evil force gathered. Evil essence explosion. Around Jun Xiaoyaro, the evil force gathered and then exploded. Strong smoke rose into the sky, and the sound was deafening. What a terrifying move. Some creatures felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold. Not to mention the supreme beings. Even the lesser heavenly venerables felt that this move was extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. Young Master Xiaoyaro. Huang Quan could not help but feel her heart tighten, and her beautiful eyes revealed a worried look. On the side, Kagura came to her side and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the Lord's ability is unimaginable to ordinary people." Sure enough. As the smoke dissipated, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared on the spot. A total of 20 layers of magic power immunity divine halos enveloped his body. It made Jun Xiaoyaro look like a god enveloped by divine halos. The Morgia Imperial clan's technique, the rumors are true. Many people's pupils shrank when they saw this. The bloodline ability of an immortal imperial clan could be replicated and successfully cultivated. Moreover, it was even better. This made many creatures think even more highly of Jun Xiaoyaro. You can't even break through my defense. It seems that the power you've accumulated after enduring for so many years is nothing more than this. Jun Xiaoyaro stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. To be honest, he was indeed a little disappointed. Noro's expression was ferocious. An evil light surged in his eyes, turning into a pair of purple-black demonic eyes. He pushed the evil force in his body to the limit. Behind him, a huge purple-black demonic shadow even appeared. Vaguely, 8 heads appeared. Its body was indomitable and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavens. From afar, even the sea seemed as small as a pond in front of this beast shadow. That's the evil god Orokai. When Noro's grandfather and the other Haki imperial family creatures saw this, they were so excited that their pupils and souls were trembling. The Haki imperial family originated from the evil god Orokai. This was an extremely powerful existence. It could be said that it was one of the most ancient existences in the foreign world apart from the ultimate calamity. However, because it was too ancient, there were only vague records. Many people even thought that the evil god Orokai was just like that when they saw the declining Haki imperial family. This was undoubtedly a humiliation to the Haki imperial family. But now, when all the creatures saw the huge beast shadow, many people were so terrified that their souls froze. Is that the evil god Orokai? Is the Haki imperial family going to rely on that useless young master to reach the heavens in a single step? Many living beings were trembling with fear. Many of them had humiliated the Haki imperial family and Noro before. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. You're known as the god of war. Let's see if you can take this move. Noro made his move. Majestic evil force gathered as if it was going to split the sky into 2. An incomparably terrifying abyss appeared in the sky as if it could swallow everything. Orokai Abyss. This was a move that was engraved in Noro's bones and blood, so it was naturally used. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic aura surged behind him, forming the scene of the sky splitting. He also activated the laws of his physical body, as well as the power of 520 Sumeru worlds. The majestic physical strength crushed the void. The chaotic body phenomenon, chaos sky splitting, was used. At the same time, he punched out, shattering the void in front of him. The fiend god fist of creation was unleashed. Chapter 1064. Jun Xiaoyao's 2 extreme moves both had the intent to split open the sky. The terrifying abyss that spanned across the sky was directly split into 2 by this terrifying force. It was as if the night had been split open, and dawn had appeared. Wild and violent primal chaos chi spread in all directions, completely destroying the 8 divergent abyss. Noro was hit and was sent flying again. His body felt like it was about to be torn apart. Bloody wounds burst open, and blood bloomed. Zhang Xiaoyao's current strength was too strong. It had far exceeded the limit of the Supreme Being realm. In addition to the support of the chaotic energy, Sumeru world, and other forces. It was no weaker than Noro's evil god force. In terms of realm, Noro didn't have the slightest advantage. Therefore, such a crushing defeat was within reason. It could be said that if Zhang Xiaoyao wasn't here, perhaps Nairo could really show off for a while. But unfortunately, showing off in front of Zhang Xiaoyao, the king of tough acting. It was simply showing off in front of an expert and asking for humiliation. Boring battle. Zhang Xiaoyao raised his palm again and attacked Noro. The chaotic palm print, like a corner of the sky collapsing, crushed toward Noro. Everyone held their breaths. Their minds were blank, and they didn't come back to their senses. Young Master Xiaoyao wants to kill Noro. Huang Quan was also a little confused. She thought that it would be enough for Zhang Xiaoyao to teach Noro a lesson. Who knew that Zhang Xiaoyao would be so ruthless? Stop! The creatures of the Haki imperial family were all shouting. They didn't expect Zhang Xiaoyao's methods to be so ruthless. Zhang Xiaoyao didn't care at all. And just as the chaotic palm print was about to crush Noro, all of a sudden, Zhang Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable binding force. It wasn't the binding of the space power. It was time. That's right. It was the most mysterious power of time. In Zhang Xiaoyao's small area, time seemed to have been paused, although it was only for a short moment. But to the strong, an instant was enough to decide the outcome. As for the current battle situation, this instant was enough for Noro to escape from death. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the side of the Haki imperial family. "Grandson, are you all right?" Noro's grandfather and the others went forward to check and protect Noro. "I'm fine." Noro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The evil power in his body surged, and the wounds on the surface of his body quickly healed. However, his face was extremely twisted and cold as he looked at Zhang Xiaoyao. He had almost died at the hands of Zhang Xiaoyao. Hey! Zhang Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked to the other side. The sound of someone vomiting blood could be heard. It was Zhu Huang. Only then did everyone react. Why did Zhang Xiaoyao pause for a moment just now? It was Zhu Huang who secretly attacked. The Candle Dragon lineage controlled the power of time. However, why did he vomit blood? This person is truly worthy of the title of the God of War. He's extremely terrifying. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhu Huang's mouth. One was black and the other was white. Shock could be seen in the pair of eyes. Earlier on, he was indeed the one who secretly attacked. That was because his elder brother had instructed him to be on good terms with Noro. Since Noro was in danger, there was naturally no way he could remain indifferent. Therefore, he activated the divine power contained in his Candle Dragon bloodline, the power of time. Of course, he was of the younger generation and naturally did not have a deep understanding of the use of the power of time. There was no need to talk about terrifying abilities such as manifesting the river of time or reversing time. Even the most basic time freeze could only be manifested for an instant. Furthermore, the stronger the enemy, the shorter the time and the stronger the backlash. He had once used this move against an expert of the same level. It could freeze for a full breath. But now, against Zhang Xiaoyao, it only froze for a short moment. Furthermore, he suffered an extremely strong backlash. This meant that Zhang Xiaoyao's true strength was absolutely terrifying. It was far from something he could restrain easily. The power of time. Zhang Xiaoyao was also surprised as he looked at Zhu Huang. The innate ability of the Candle Dragon was truly powerful. Of course, Zhu Huang's sneak attack was also part of the reason. If Zhang Xiaoyao knew that Zhu Huang would attack, given his strength, Zhu Huang would not be able to restrain him at all. If he forcefully used time freeze on Zhang Xiaoyao, he might even suffer severe injuries from the backlash. But now, he had missed the opportunity. It was a little troublesome to kill Noro. Zhang Xiaoyao did not mind. To him, killing or not killing was just a matter of convenience. The reason why he wanted to kill Noro earlier on was not because Zhang Xiaoyao hated Noro. Instead, it was because he happened to be able to kill him. Since it was a little troublesome to kill him now, Jun Xiaoyao did not mind letting him live a little longer. So, do you still want to get married? Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. This sentence caused the faces of the entire Haki imperial family to be filled with extreme anger and humiliation, especially Noro. Originally, this wedding banquet was supposed to be a stage for him to wash away his reputation as a good-for-nothing and show off. But now, it was even more embarrassing. Forget it, brother Noro, retreat first. Zhu Huang's face was also filled with fear. Thank you, brother Zhu Huang. Noro thanked Zhu Huang. Then, he turned his gaze to Jun Xiaoyao. The resentment in his eyes was self-evident. But he still gave in. Sometimes, people were like this. If you asked him to give up on the marriage, he would definitely not do it. But if you beat him up and said that he would die if he did not give up on the marriage, then he would definitely think that it was better to give up on the marriage. However, it was obvious that if the Haki imperial family really retreated today, then it would not be a complete loss of face. It would be a joke. It would completely become a joke in the chaotic demon sea. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that the outcome was set, a storm suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. Above the sky, black clouds overlapped. Vaguely, a blurry projection appeared in the void. The aura of a quasi-immortal was released. It's the quasi-immortal of the Haki imperial family. Some creatures opened their eyes wide and could not help but exclaim. Although the Haki imperial family was declining, it was still an immortal emperor clan. Except for an immortal king who was in seclusion. There were also several quasi-immortals. Obviously, this was the projection of a quasi-immortal. Ignorant child, how dare you insult my Haki imperial family? The quasi-immortal projection roared like thunder, shaking heaven and earth and changing the color of the wind and clouds. An extremely ferocious pressure came crashing down, shrouding Jun Xiaoyao within it. Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed an extremely terrifying pressure coming at him. However, he stood in the void and his expression did not change. He did not even frown. Fifth grandfather. Huang Quan hurriedly looked at the fifth elder for help. The elders of the Iza clan also frowned, feeling that the Haki imperial family's approach was somewhat inappropriate. Just when they were about to take action, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with cold contempt. No one could threaten him. So what if you're a quasi-immortal? So what if you're a Haki imperial family? But tomorrow's flowers will eventually disappear in the dust of history. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves and smiled indifferently, showing his free and easy demeanor. How dare you? The quasi-immortal projection roared like thunder. His palm came crashing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. He opened his palm. On his palm, a beautiful flower of the other shore appeared. The moment the flower bloomed, the whole world seemed to freeze. An illusory figure of peerless beauty arrived while stepping on the red spider lilies that filled the sky. At this moment, the world was silent. Intense shock and horror appeared in the eyes of all living beings. Chapter 1065. The red spider lilies bloomed all over the sky like a grand flower rain. In the scarlet petals all over the sky, an illusory peerless figure appeared. She was tall and slender, barefoot and flawless. 3,000 black strands of hair scattered in the void. Countless great path runes, divine chains of order, and heavenly path patterns surrounded her body. As soon as she appeared, a powerful aura disturbed the world, and even the entire island was rumbling and trembling. Everyone believed that if the Iza clan's island didn't have a defensive array, it would probably collapse under this terrifying aura. However, even with the array covering it, everyone could also feel the terrifying aura that was as terrifying as the might of the heavens. What was even more shocking was that this wasn't the arrival of the original body. It was just a wisp of aura that manifested. This was the most frightening part of it all. Many people looked at the peerless figure with trembling eyes. They found that her face was hazy and surrounded by endless aura. But they could vaguely see a ghost mask that seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. In addition to the sky full of red spider lilies, an incomparably powerful and terrifying name appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. The mother of red spider lilies. That's the mother of red spider lilies of the Nirvana Emperor clan. When did the god of war contact the mother of red spider lilies? That's the supreme king of the Nirvana Emperor clan. His strength is unimaginable. Countless voices of shock were heard. Everyone present was stunned. When did Jun Xiaoyaro contact the mother of red spider lilies? And he even took out the token of the mother of red spider lilies. Could it be that the first king's palace had expected that there might be a dispute, so he prepared for it? Kagura's eyes were also filled with shock. She knew that Jun Xiaoyaro went to the Nirvana Emperor clan. She was still a little confused before, but now it was all solved. The first king's palace's foresight is indeed godly. He has the foresight of mountains and rivers. Kagura's imagination filled in, and she fell into a trance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Many elders of the Iza clan were also extremely shocked. The name of the mother of red spider lilies was well known in the foreign realm, and it was rumored that she was extremely reclusive and arrogant. She didn't even receive her own clan members often. But now, he had given Jun Xiaoyaro a token. What did this mean? This meant that the big boss also thought highly of Jun Xiaoyaro. All of a sudden, the elders of the Izya tribe began to think about how to get on good terms with Jun Xiaoyaro. In contrast to the Iza clan, the people from the Octahead Imperial clan were all stunned. Their minds were trembling. Mother of the red spider lilies? How could this be? Noro's grandfather was completely stunned. Noro's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but roar in his heart. To think that such a peerless cultivator would be related to Jun Xiaoyaro as well, there was probably no one who would not be jealous. Among those present, the one who was the most dumbfounded was none other than the pseudo-undying from the Haki imperial family. When he saw the phantom of the red spider lily's mother, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. Quasi-immortal realm experts were indeed very strong. Their might shook the world and all creatures worshipped them. His rage caused the heavens and earth to tremble. But in front of the true immortal king, he was nothing more than a little brother. Not to mention, the strength of the red spider lily's mother was not something an ordinary immortal king could compare to. Even if the immortal king of the Haki imperial family came out of seclusion, he would probably have to take a detour. How could this be? How could this guy be related to such an existence? The pseudo-immortal realm expert was having a mental breakdown. He had originally projected here to support the younger generation of his tribe. But now, his waist was about to sprain. The pseudo-immortal realm expert of the Haki imperial family was originally majestic and powerful. Now, he was stunned speechless. Saying tough words in front of the red spider lily's mother? What was the difference between that and seeking death? Admitting defeat? How could he show his face then? So, under such a dilemma, the pseudo-immortal realm expert actually didn't know how to deal with it. This scene left many living beings speechless. It was tragic for a pseudo-immortal realm expert to fall into such a situation. Now, who is more ignorant? Jun Xiaoyaro stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His tone was full of playfulness. In terms of means and trump cards, Jun Xiaoyaro wasn't weak at all. Hearing this, the pseudo-immortal realm expert of the Haki imperial family couldn't maintain his composure anymore. The aura he released caused huge waves in Chaos Demon Sea. At this moment, the red spider lily's mother's virtual shadow also moved. She didn't say a word. She just lightly stretched out her jade-like hand and lightly grabbed at the pseudo-immortal realm expert. Rumble. That part of the sky directly collapsed and turned into nothingness. The pseudo-immortal realm expert of the Haki imperial family couldn't even resist and was directly annihilated. Hiss, the red spider lily's mother is indeed terrifying. Seeing this scene, the creatures at the scene couldn't help but feel terrified. But this was normal. It would be surprising if she couldn't instantly kill the pseudo-immortal realm expert. Heh, is that all? The playfulness on Jun Xiaoyao's face became thicker. He knew. The red spider lily's mother didn't have a good personality. Especially when it concerned Jun Xiaoyaro. After all, Jun Xiaoyaro was an extremely special existence to the red spider lily's mother. Whoever provoked Jun Xiaoyaro would be at a disadvantage. The red spider Lily's mother obviously wouldn't be merciful. On the other side, on another island far away, deep within the Haki imperial family's ancestral land, a blurry figure sitting cross-legged suddenly shook his body. So terrifying. What level is the red spider Lily's mother at? Immortal King. No, she should have stepped into another level. Damn it. Other than the ultimate Emperor clan elder of the unspeakable place, who else can suppress the red spider Lily's mother? And that little bastard. This pseudo-immortal realm expert's body was shrouded in a blurry aura. The biting cold murderous intent caused the sky to change color. Luckily, I'm only going with a projection. If I went with my true body, the consequences would be unimaginable. This pseudo-immortal realm expert felt a lingering fear just thinking about it. Although it was only a projection of the red spider Lily's mother, he also felt a fatal murderous intent. If it was a projection of an ordinary immortal king, he might still have a chance to survive. However, the red spider Lily's mother was different. You offended the Haki imperial family. Even if you're one of the 6 annihilation kings, I won't let you off easily. This pseudo-immortal realm expert muttered coldly. However, at this moment, in the void around him, red spider lilies bloomed one after another. This pseudo-immortal realm expert's eyes widened. An ominous premonition enveloped him. Pseudo-immortal realm experts already had a preliminary perception and prediction of their own misfortune and fortune. However, what he sensed was a deathly darkness. This pseudo-immortal realm expert's body directly exploded. A magnificent scarlet red spider lily bloomed from his body. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape and was drawn to the underworld by this red spider lily. What's going on? Not good. The other pseudo-immortal realm experts of the Haki imperial family only just sensed the commotion and instantly broke through the void and rushed over. They only saw blood and bones on the spot. A pseudo-immortal realm expert had fallen. Rumble. The moment the pseudo-immortal realm expert fell, the entire chaotic demon ocean shook. Countless great Tao runes manifested and returned to heaven and earth. Above the vault of heaven, an endless dazzling scene appeared. Those were strands of life laws that were merging into heaven and earth. Retribution to the heavens. Which supreme expert has fallen? At the wedding banquet, seeing the strange scene in the vault of heaven, all the living beings were a little confused. It was difficult for supreme experts above the pseudo-immortal realm to fall. However, if they did, the great Tao laws in their bodies would collapse and return to heaven and earth. This was called retribution to the heavens. Every time this strange scene appeared, it meant that a supreme expert had fallen. No way. Could it be? Many living beings immediately reacted. They looked at Jun Xiaoyaro and the projection of the red spider lily's mother behind him in shock. On the Haki imperial family's side, Noro and the others' faces turned pale. They couldn't believe it. Chapter 1066. Many people immediately thought of the quasi-immortal from the Haki imperial family. But how could that be? That's just a projection. Could it be that the red spider lily's mother is so strong that it can kill a quasi-immortal from thousands of miles away with just a projection? The hearts of all living beings were filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, there was an angry roar that sounded like thunder. It came from where the Haki imperial family was. It's the quasi-immortal from my family. The faces of the living beings of the Octahead imperial clan instantly turned pale. Their guess was right. The one who died was really a quasi-immortal from the Haki imperial family. How is this possible? Noro's grandfather shouted. He was shocked and felt cold all over. A quasi-immortal from the Haki imperial family had died. This was a shocking matter to the Haki imperial family that was already on the decline. It was definitely one disaster after another. No, how could this be? Noro was also petrified. His eyes were wide open and his voice was trembling. A quasi-immortal from his family had died. It could be said that it was because of him. If he had retreated at that time, this might not have happened. Endless regret and resentment filled his body and mind. It almost drove Noro crazy. He was even willing to take Jun Xiaoyaro down with him right then and there. But was it possible? In the void, Jun Xiaoyaro kept the red spider lily. The projection of the red spider lily's mother also disappeared. This flower's energy would decrease every time it was used. Hence, Jun Xiaoyaro would not use it unless he was facing an absolute being. But now, the result was not bad. The death of a quasi-immortal was enough to cause a huge commotion in chaotic Demon Sea. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely calm. He had even seen a legend emperor and exchanged blows with a great emperor. Now that a quasi-immortal had died because of him, Jun Xiaoyaro did not feel anything. It was normal. His attitude left all the living beings present completely speechless. Jun Xiaoyao's nobility and indifference were carved into his bones. You still want to stay here? Or, call out your immortal king who is in seclusion? Jun Xiaoyaro tilted his head slightly, a playful expression on his face. Hearing this, Noro's blood vessels expanded and his blood surged. The surging anger seemed to ignite every cell in his body. But in the end, he restrained himself. There was no other way. Jun Xiaoyaro was forcing him to be unable to raise his head, whether it was his own strength or the backing behind him. He was completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyaro, unable to turn the situation around. His appearance caused many people to sigh. If there was no Jun Xiaoyaro, today was going to be the day that Noro completely overturned his situation and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, Grandpa, let's go. Noro's voice was extremely hoarse, like that of an injured beast. The Haki imperial family left. When Noro left, he did not even dare to say anything. He was afraid that if he said another word, Jun Xiaoyaro would kill him again. Looking at the Haki imperial family leaving in a sorry state, everyone was silent for a moment. Who would have thought that the dignified immortal emperor clan of the chaotic Demon Sea? They were suppressed by Jun Xiaoyaro, a young junior, to the point that they could not raise their heads. Even the quasi-immortal emperor of the clan had died. On the other side, Zhu Huang's expression was extremely unnatural. He did not say anything and prepared to leave with the living beings of the Candle Dragon lineage. Wait. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent as he looked at Zhu Huang. Zhu Huang's heart skipped a beat. If it was before, he could still rely on his brother and the background of the Candle Dragon lineage to suppress others. Then, after the quasi-immortal emperor died, Zhu Huang completely gave up on this idea. In his eyes, Jun Xiaoyaro was already an extremely dangerous person. Just now, you secretly attacked and blocked my attack. What do you have to say? Jun Xiaoyaro said indifferently. Zhu Huang's expression was extremely ugly. Then, he actually bowed 90 degrees to Jun Xiaoyaro in front of all the living beings. Sorry, I was rude just now. I apologize to young Master Xiaoyaro. These words left many creatures dumbstruck. Was this still the extremely arrogant and condescending Zhu Huang? Why did it feel like he had turned from a candle dragon into a loach? This also made Jun Xiaoyaro speechless. How can I find fault with you when you're so respectful and cowardly? Get lost. Jun Xiaoyaro spat out a word and ignored him. It was not that he was soft-hearted. It was because he had just provoked the Haki imperial family. There was no need to deal with the Candle Dragon lineage, although it did not matter to him. But his trump card obviously could not be used in the chaotic Demon Sea. Yes, yes. Zhu Huang nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, he led the group of people away. However, after turning around, Zhu Huang's eyes flashed coldly. If it wasn't for my brother not coming today, Zhu Huang had already remembered this grudge. However, he did not know. There was a hint of mockery in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Boom. Everyone was caught off guard. Jun Xiaoyaro used his fingers as a sword and a bedazzling sword beam shot out. Heaven-slaying art. Fart. Zhu Huang's body and essence spirit were torn apart instantly. Dead silence. The entire place was filled with shock and dead silence. That scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. First Lord's palace. Even Kagura's expression changed slightly. She knew that Zhu Huang's brother, Zhu Yi of the Candle Dragon lineage, was a ruthless character. The other living beings of the Candle Dragon lineage were stunned. Then, their eyes spat fire as they grit their teeth and glared at Jun Xiaoyao. I've already given him a chance. Unfortunately, he's courting death and is cold towards me, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. As someone who possessed the primordial spirit of 3 lives, he was extremely sensitive towards all kinds of killing intent and emotions. If Zhu Huang had left obediently, Jun Xiaoyao might not have bothered to use his finger. Let's go. The other living beings of the Candle Dragon lineage did not dare to say anything at all and left hurriedly. Such a domineering Jun Xiaoyao was undoubtedly an eye-opener for all living beings here. I've heard that this war god is domineering and decisive. After seeing him today, I'm completely convinced. I'm speechless. He's so domineering that he doesn't care about anyone. TSK, what do you know? That's the attitude of a peerless hero. I'm in love, a female living being said with admiration. In a place like the foreign realm where the strong preyed on the weak, Jun Xiaoyao's personality and attitude would instead be sought after and worshipped. As for Kagura and Huang Quan, the pair of cousins, their eyes were already sparkling. This was especially so for Huang Quan, as she had never met Jun Xiaoyao before. After seeing him today, the longing in her heart was already indescribable with words. The elders of the Iza clan looked at each other. The 5th elder even coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, I'm sorry to spoil everyone's mood today. However, if we leave like this, it would be a waste of this wedding banquet." As he spoke, he kept winking at Huang Quan. This made Huang Quan bite her lips and blush shyly. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Kagura's beautiful face. She put her arm around Huang Quan's shoulder. Then, she winked at Jun Xiaoyao and said in a sweet voice, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Since it's today's wedding banquet, it's not a big deal to waste it. Why don't you just marry our cousins?" Her words instantly stunned everyone present. Was there such a thing? Chapter 1067. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Who would have thought that this pair of beautiful cousins from the Iza Emperor clan would be so proactive? Jun Xiaoyao was simply enjoying the blessings of having multiple wives. Is there any justice left? First, it was the 5 beauties of Tushan, and now it's the cousins of the Iza clan. Some foreign creatures complained in their hearts, and they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. But on second thought, it seemed to be normal. In the foreign realm, the strong had a harem of 3,000 beauties. It was rare to see someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who was so outstanding but didn't have many women around him. Even the 5 beauties of Tushan was a misunderstanding. It was just that Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to explain. Jun Xiaoyao's performance was simply an ascetic who didn't get close to women. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and chuckled when he heard what Yi Futian said. "Kagura, don't make fun of me. Your Highness, do you think I'm joking?" Kagura showed an innocent look. It was as if she was saying that Jun Xiaoyao misunderstood her sincerity. Jun Xiaoyao was also speechless. He knew that Kagura wasn't that kind of traditional woman. She didn't mind sharing with other women. However, it was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to do so. On the Iza clan side, many elders also looked at Jun Xiaoyao expectantly. If Jun Xiaoyao really agreed, then the Iza clan would make a lot of money. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he had a marriage alliance with the 5 beauties of Tushan. That was not a matter at all. Haha, let's stop joking here. Everyone, are you satisfied with today's show? Jun Xiaoyao glanced around. No, Lord Xiaoyao, please don't laugh at us. That's right. Today, I have seen the power of Lord Xiaoyao. He is worthy of the title of war god. We will take our leave first. Many people politely cupped their hands to Jun Xiaoyao. Their words were full of flattery. The guests from all over the place slowly dispersed. Many elders of the Iza clan were disappointed, but they were not surprised by this. What ability would a person who was truly greedy for beauty have to become a war god? At least for now, the Iza clan was on good terms with Jun Xiaoyao. That was enough. Many thanks to young Master Xiaoyao today. Otherwise, that girl Huang Quan would have suffered a calamity. The 5th elder chuckled at Jun Xiaoyao. It's nothing, Jun Xiaoyao said. Don't worry, young Master Xiaoyao. If the Haki imperial family and the Candle Dragon really dare to harm you, the Iza family will not sit by and do nothing, the fifth elder said. Jun Xiaoyaro was standing up for Huang Quan. If they really got into trouble because of this, they naturally couldn't ignore it. That would depend on whether they have the guts to do so. Jun Xiaoyaro dismissed it with a smile, not minding it at all. He believed that after a pseudo-undying had fallen, the Haki imperial family and the Candle Dragon shouldn't be stupid enough to attack him again. That's true. The fifth elder smiled embarrassedly. With the mother of the red spider lilies as his backer, except for the ultimate emperor clan in the Avacania lands, no one dared to harm Jun Xiaoyao. Then, the banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Huang Quan naturally had nothing but admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. But she was also very self-aware. She knew that she was lucky enough to be able to talk to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was also very calm, gentle, and elegant. He was not as domineering and decisive as before. After a short conversation with Huang Quan, Kagura got some information from her clansman. Then, she went to a side hall alone with Jun Xiaoyao. Lord Yi, you are really a heartless man. Why didn't you marry her? Kagura said seductively. Okay, what did you get? Tell me, Jun Xiaoyao said. Kagura's expression also became a little more serious. Logically speaking, Nunu is one of the 6 kings of destruction. Even the Iza clan shouldn't dare to provoke her. But the Candle Dragon's clan doesn't seem to be afraid. So, what you're trying to say is... Jun Xiaoyao was able to guess what was going on. That's right. Just now, I heard from some clansmen that the person who triggered the dark hexagram seems to be Zhu Yi of the Candle Dragon's clan. He is Zhu Huang's elder brother, Kagura said. So, it's the Candle Dragon's clan. Jun Xiaoyao also guessed. Why did Zhu Huang still treat him coldly at that time? It was because he thought that his elder brother could help him take revenge. And it was understandable that the Candle Dragon's clan was one of the 6 kings of destruction. After all, the 6 kings of destruction all had extraordinary inheritances. The first god of war, the god of Mahakala, the mother goddess of Hades, and the 10-tailed black fox of destruction. And now, there was the Candle Dragon. It could be said that all of them had supreme inheritances. It seems that Noro is indeed not one of the 6 kings of destruction. Then Jun Xiaoyao did have some doubts about Noro. Although he suppressed Noro in 2 or 3 moves, he felt that Noro wasn't simple. Kagura heard this and hesitated for a moment. Then, she said, First Lord's Majesty, you asked Nunu about the 6 kings of destruction before. Actually, there's one more thing that Nunu didn't tell you. Oh. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Kagura. There's also a faintly discernible legend. Because it's uncertain, Nunu didn't tell you. That legend is that when the 6 kings of destruction gather, a powerful dark devil monarch will appear and lead the 6 kings to overturn the immortal region. Of course, because there has never been a gathering of the 6 kings in history, this legend is only a legend. It's not confirmed. Kagura's words made Jun Xiaoyao fall into deep thought. Dark devil monarch, could it be? This time, Jun Xiaoyao immediately understood. Why wasn't Noro one of the 6 kings of destruction? He also thought of the legend of the Yamata demonic god. That was indeed the most ancient taboo existence in the outer realm. Apart from the ultimate calamity, it was one of the most taboo existences. And the evil power that Noro released probably had something to do with his identity. So, that Noro might be the Dark Devil Monarch. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The Dark Devil Monarch led the 6 kings. Didn't that mean that Noro would become his boss in the future? How laughable. Nunu can't be sure, but Nunu believes that First Lord's Majesty won't be restrained by anyone, Kagura said. If Jun Xiaoyao submitted to someone else, then he wouldn't be Jun Xiaoyao, nor would he be the First Lord that Kagura admired. If that's true, then I've provoked the Dark Devil Monarch and another King of Destruction. But that's good. Only then will it be interesting. Otherwise, it'll be too boring, right? Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. On the other side, The Haki imperial family's team that had left with their tails between their legs returned to the Haki imperial family's base. In the Haki imperial family's ancestral land, many cries of pain could be heard. It was the half-immortal clansmen that had died. They were all crying. Noro returned. Seeing this scene, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. It was all because of him. A strong resentment and unwillingness surged from the bottom of his heart. I want to enter the Yamata shrine. Noro's roar resounded throughout the entire Yamata shrine. At once, all the cries of pain stopped. Chapter 1068. Orokai Shrine was a sacred place that the Haki imperial family worshipped. It was also a forbidden area that was absolutely forbidden to enter. In the past, the Haki imperial family only dared to worship outside and beg for blessings from the evil god. It was impossible for them to enter. But now, Noro actually said that he wanted to enter Orokai Shrine. This undoubtedly caused a stir in the entire Haki imperial family. Logically speaking, the fall of the quasi-immortal level was related to Noro. If he was still the useless young master, he would definitely be impeached. Even his position as the young master would be lost. But now, after Noro broke through to the supreme level and manifested the phantom of the evil god Orokai, all the Haki imperial family members understood. Noro was the last hope of the entire Haki imperial family. So in the face of Noro's words, many of the Haki imperial family members remained silent. An elder asked, "Noro, have you thought it through? That is the forbidden area of our family. No one knows what will happen after entering. If anything happens then," the elder didn't continue. Although Noro was the reason for the fall of the quasi-immortal level. But now, Noro was very important to the Haki imperial family. They couldn't afford to lose him. "No matter what, I have to go in." Noro's tone was firm. Even if he broke the seal and broke through to the supreme level, he was still no match for Jun Xiaoyao. The only way was to enter Orokai Shrine. This was his last hope and capital to turn things around. So no matter how big the risk was, he had to go in. What's more, Noro didn't think that he would encounter any danger. After all, in the past, when the purple light in Orokai Shrine sealed his cultivation, there was a sentence that echoed in his mind. Enter the shrine and accept the evil god's baptism. Noro believed that he wouldn't encounter any danger. Soon, Noro arrived in front of Orokai Shrine. The shrine was extremely old, and the surrounding environment was dark. It was as if even light couldn't project into the shrine. Looking at this shrine, Noro had mixed feelings. When his cultivation was sealed, he hated this shrine very much. This shrine had caused him to bear endless infamy and even made him the infamous trash young master of the chaotic demon sea. Ironically, his only hope now lay in this shrine. Noro took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and entered the shrine. He was also very curious about what was inside the shrine. Grandson, outside, Nairo's grandfather and the others couldn't help holding their breaths. After entering the shrine, Noro only felt a chill, as if he was wading through water. There was no oppressive aura. It was extremely dark inside the shrine. There was no light at all, and it was very quiet. It was as if he had come to a dead universe. There was no sound, no light. However, Nairo was able to feel an attractive force. It was as if something was calling him. He followed the guidance in his heart and continued to go deeper. Finally, he saw it. There was a faint blue flame in front of him that was as cold as a will-o'-the-wisp. And in the center, there was a relief sculpture wall. On the wall was a terrifying creature with 8 ferocious snake heads. It was once the overlord of the chaotic demon sea, an ancient dark existence, a creature that brought endless destruction to the world. Yamata no Orokai, or rather, evil god Yamata. At the same time that Noro saw the relief sculpture, the 8 pairs of eyes of the Yamata no Orokai carved on the relief sculpture lit up with a faint purple demonic light at the same time. Then, under Noro's shocked gaze, the Yamata no Orokai, which was originally a relief sculpture, actually began to squirm. Then, it turned into a ball of purple-black evil divine light and directly fled toward Noro. Ah! Noro instantly felt a blazing heat, and every drop of blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It was as if a terrifying energy had taken root deeply in his body. Countless demonic voices echoed in his mind. Ancient scenes appeared one after another. In the scenes, he seemed to have transformed into an evil god that dominated everything. In his ears, there was still a vague echo of chaotic words. Noro couldn't hear it clearly, but he vaguely heard the words Dark Devil Monarch. The purple evil force wrapped Noro's entire body like a cocoon. Outside the shrine, the people of the Haki imperial family were all alert after hearing Noro's scream. After an unknown amount of time, a purple-black pillar of light suddenly burst out from the shrine, reaching the sky completely. For a time, monstrous waves were set off around the entire Yamata no Orokai island. Countless creatures were dormant and trembling. Some very ancient and ferocious sea beasts, sensing this aura, also trembled incomparably and shrank into the abyss at the bottom of the sea. Because they had a sense of fear that originated from their bloodline and soul. It was as if their ancestors had trembled and submitted under the pressure of this huge evil force a long time ago. At the same time, when this aura erupted, there was also a group of people who had an inexplicable feeling. At the edge of the chaotic demon sea, a floating ship traversed the heavens. On the deck of the ship stood a young man with slightly tanned skin. He had a pair of black fox ears on his head and 10 tails on his back. It was Yun Xiaohei. His form had changed slightly from before. It meant that he could already start to master the power of the 10-tailed black fox of destruction. This time, he came to the chaotic demon sea because he heard that another king of destruction had appeared in the chaotic demon sea. He wanted to see if he could rope him into the same camp. After all, Jun Xiaoyaro and he were mortal enemies. Moreover, the 6 kings of destruction were going to the Avacania lands, so Yun Xiaohei also rushed over. Beside him, there were some experts from the Infernal Imperial family and the Morgia Imperial family accompanying him. That aura? Yun Xiaohei looked over. In the extremely distant sea level, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the sky and the earth. Vaguely, there seemed to be a boundless demonic shadow that appeared from time to time. Its majestic body seemed to fill the world. Dark Devil Monarch. Unknowingly, those 4 words came out of Yun Xiaohei's mouth. Even he himself did not react. On the other side, in the ancestral land of the Candle Dragon's Island, in the depths of an underground palace, a young man was inside. He wore a loose black robe. His black hair reached the ground and his skin was fair. He had a very handsome appearance. There was a scale in between his eyebrows. One could faintly see that there seemed to be a black hexagram engraved on the scale. A thin dark golden paper was floating in the air before him. A faint power of time pervaded the paper. Every word on the paper seemed to contain the power of time and space. At a certain moment, the young man seemed to have sensed something. His gaze looked into the distance through the layers of barriers. Indeed, my guess was correct. He is indeed that person. The man muttered to himself. There was no surprise in his eyes. To dare provoke him is simply foolish. What's even more foolish is to provoke me. A faint cold glint flashed through the man's black and white eyes. He was the elder brother that Zhu Huang had mentioned. The prince of the Candle Dragon's bloodline, Zhu Yi. At the same time, he had another identity. He was the 2nd king of the 6 kings of destruction. Chapter 1069. Yun Xiaohei and Zhu Yi weren't the only ones who sensed it. Jun Xiaoyaro and Kagura, who were on the Iza clan's island, also sensed it. In a pavilion, Jun Xiaoyaro and Kagura stood side by side, looking into the distance. A purple-black pillar of evil power connected the sky and the earth. Anyone in the chaotic demon sea could see it clearly. First King's Palace. It seems that our guess was correct. Kagura's eyes showed a hint of worry when she saw the pillar of light. That terrifying evil force caused her heart to palpitate a little. It could be said that if Noro really became the Dark Devil Monarch, it would be disadvantageous for Jun Xiaoyaro, and he might even be restricted. Now that's interesting. By the way, why did the Dark Devil Monarch appear, and why can the Dark Devil Monarch lead the 6 kings? Jun Xiaoyaro was curious. Kagura shook her head slightly. I don't know the specifics. After all, it was only a vague legend before. But what? Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. According to some ancient records of my clan, the Dark Devil Monarch seemed to have been bestowed by the ultimate calamity. That's why he has the ability to lead the 6 kings. What did the ultimate calamity bestow upon the Dark Devil Monarch? Zhang Xiaoyao was even more curious. It seems to be a drop of blood, Kagura said. A drop of blood. Zhang Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He immediately thought of many things. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, then it's even more interesting. Who knows if that Noro is the real Dark Devil Monarch? Zhang Xiaoyao said with a playful tone. What do you mean? Kagura was confused and a little confused. In her eyes, Zhang Xiaoyao was unfathomable. He always had a confident look on his face, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry. Next, let's see if Noro dares to trouble me. Zhang Xiaoyao smiled. Then, Zhang Xiaoyao sent a message. He told Su Hongyi to come to the chaotic demon sea as well. The real show was about to begin, as the entire chaotic demon ocean was startled by the rare occurrence. At the source of the chaos, on the island of Yamata, the purple-black light pillar that reached the sky finally slowly disappeared with the flow of time. All of the living beings of the Haki imperial family held their breaths nervously, as if they were waiting for something. In the depths of the Orokai shrine, the purple light began to disperse. Noro's figure appeared. It was different from before. A ferocious purple-black armor appeared on his body. This purple-black armor carried a mysterious, strange, and dark aura. It was as if no divine weapon could destroy it. Evil god's armor, Noro muttered. His cultivation was the same as before, still in the 9 heavens supreme realm. However, he felt that there was a fundamental change in him. There were many more memories in his mind. Naturally, he had mastered many terrifying great supernatural powers. Many of them were much stronger than the Yamata abyss that he had used before. In addition, this evil god's armor also provided him with invincible defense. It was almost comparable to a world-destroying forbidden weapon. More importantly, this armor could also increase his attributes in all aspects. It could be said that although Noro was still a 9 heavens supreme realm cultivator, even a lesser heavenly master-level powerhouse couldn't pose a threat to him. His current strength couldn't be compared to before. Of course, there was the most important point. Dark Devil Monarch, I'm actually the legendary Dark Devil Monarch who commanded the 6 kings. Noro's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe it at all. This was simply a blessing from the heavens, causing his mind to feel a little dizzy. However, Noro's temperament was still good, and he quickly calmed down. Evil god Yamata was once enlightened by the ultimate calamity and became the Dark Devil Monarch who commanded the 6 kings. In that case, am I not Xiaoyao's superior? Thinking of this, Noro's eyes were filled with endless resentment. It could be said that if there was no Zhang Xiaoyao, presumably, he would have already cleared his name and even had a beautiful woman in his arms. And everything he had was destroyed by Zhang Xiaoyao. No hurry, I still seem to be missing something. Although Noro already knew his identity, he still felt that he wasn't in his best state. What else am I missing? Oh right, blood, it's a drop of blood. Noro tried hard to recall. He found that in his ancient memories, there was a drop of black blood. That drop of blood seemed to contain endless darkness, carrying a power that made the heavens palpitate. And evil god Yamata also relied on that drop of blood to dominate the entire chaotic demon sea and make countless living beings live under his rule. This was also the reason why evil god Yamata was loyal to the ultimate calamity. So that's how it is. I need that drop of blood to truly become the Dark Devil Monarch and the successor of the evil god. Noro completely understood. The current him, strictly speaking, hadn't completely awakened the power of the Dark Devil Monarch. He had only obtained the Dark Devil Monarch's world-destroying forbidden weapon, the evil god armor. I need to find another drop of black blood. There are no traces of it in the chaotic demon sea, so it can only be in the Avacania place, Noro muttered to himself. He was already thinking about what to do next. Now he was confident that even if he met Zhang Xiaoyao again, not to mention that he could suppress Zhang Xiaoyao, at least Zhang Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to threaten him. It was even more impossible to beat him into such a sorry state like before. Wait patiently for the last king to appear. At that time, everything will be clear. And Xiao Yao, you probably didn't expect that even if you are the first king, you still have to listen to me. At the thought of this, Noro was secretly pleased. He was already thinking about how to torture Jun Xiaoyao after completely awakening the power of the Dark Devil Monarch. Oh right, there are a few other kings who seem to have grudges with Xiaoyao, such as the ten-tailed black fox of destruction and the candle dragon. Now Noro could already sense the fluctuations of the world-destroying king. One of the fluctuations came from the candle dragon. There was no need to doubt who it was. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. What surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that Noro didn't come to him for revenge. It seems that although this Noro is a little stupid, he's not so stupid that he doesn't have a bottom line. Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. At this moment, he was lying comfortably in a hot spring in the Yixie tribe. Soaking in hot springs was Jun Xiaoyao's hobby that was engraved in his bones. It was just that after coming to the foreign territory, he had been busy with his plans and had no time to relax at all. Now, it felt like the calm before the storm. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao also took a break from his busy schedule. Kagura and Yomi, this pair of cousins, were also wearing revealing clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white and tender skin. They served Jun Xiaoyao by his side, massaging and bathing him. Lord Xiaoyao, your figure is so good. Yomi was massaging Jun Xiaoyao's shoulders. Her face was also flushed, and she was very tempted by Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have explosive muscles, but his well-proportioned muscles and bones had a natural sense of perfection and harmony. Yomi continued to look, and her face became redder and redder. On the other side, Kagura's eyes were also as charming as water. She said, "My cousin and I can't stand young master's size." Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly as if he didn't hear anything. In fact, after signing in the mysterious young pestle, he had indeed gone a little beyond the range of women. One step to the stomach was no longer an adjective. At this moment, a maid's respectful voice came from outside. "Lord Xiaoyao's follower is here. Is Red Coat here?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The kings were about to gather, and the real curtain was about to open. A storm was coming. Chapter 1070. At the border between chaotic Demon Sea and Avacania lands. It was a hazy grey fog. The fog was thick, shrouding heaven and earth. From time to time, some strange beast roars could be heard, making one's scalp go numb and body turn cold. This was a foggy area on the way from chaotic Demon Sea to Avacania lands. If there were no creatures in Avacania lands to guide them, if the creatures of the outside world rashly entered, getting lost would be considered lucky. If they stepped into a certain dangerous place or a formation, then they wouldn't even know how they died. It was rumored that there were all kinds of terrifying and strange regions in the foggy area, dark crevices, death trenches, and so on. It could be said that even supreme beings would be in danger if they rashly stepped in. Unless it was a supreme being above the quasi-immortal realm, they could directly cross over. But in the entire foreign realm, how many supreme beings above the quasi-immortal realm were there? Therefore, this also created the mystery and terror of Avacania lands even more. It was a forbidden area that most foreign creatures could not cross. However, at this moment, in the foggy area, the shadow of a boat suddenly appeared. The surface of the sea rippled. The shadow of the boat gradually became clear in the grey fog. It was actually a small boat. On the small boat stood an old man and a young man. The old man wore a conical bamboo hat, holding a wooden paddle, rowing the boat. As for the young man, he looked extremely handsome. However, his eyes carried a kind of evil charm of pure black, appearing rather deep and strange. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. The foggy area that could be called the all-spirits forbidden area. But there was an old man and a young man who came on a small boat. Then there was only one possibility. This old man and young man were the creatures of Avacania land. It was very difficult for the creatures of the outside world to pass through the foggy area, even risking their lives. But the creatures of Avacania lands could enter and leave at will. It's about time. Just like the clan's prophecy, this great world will be the time when our world completely collapses the immortal domain. How many years has it been to wait for such an opportunity? The great and supreme calamity has clearly been waiting for a long time. This young man's aura was deep. At this moment, when he spoke, there was a fanatical worship. Worship towards the ultimate calamity. He slowly raised his hand. On his palm, there was a dark 6-point star imprint. It's time. Gather all the kings and go to the unspeakable lands together. As the young man's voice fell, the dark hexagram mark on his palm suddenly released a pitch-black light that shot towards the sky. Above the firmament, dark clouds pressed down, and the weather changed. A black hexagram mark appeared in the sky. At the same time, the world devastator kings in various parts of the chaotic demon sea also sensed this aura. Another world destroyer king. Now we're all here. On a ship, Yun Xiaohe looked at the hexagram mark in the distant sky, his eyes flashing. The final king had appeared. The hexagram mark on Yun Xiaohe's abdomen also emitted a black light that shot into the sky. The second hexagram mark appeared. He didn't hesitate and headed straight to that area. On Orokai Island, clad in the evil god armor, Noro stepped into the air with his hands clasped behind his back under the reverent gazes of the Haki imperial family. Right now, he was clad in the evil god armor and looked like a completely different person compared to the pathetic him at the wedding banquet. Presently, Nai Luo was simply like the son of an evil god, and he carried an innate aura of slaughter and power. Yu Xiaoyao, I look forward to meeting you again. Nairo's state of mind was completely at peace, because sufficient power had given him sufficient confidence. On the other side, on the Candle Dragon's island. Similarly, a terrifying aura erupted and the underground palace shook. A figure dashed forward with a flicker. He was dressed in a black robe and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He had handsome features and there was a scale between his eyebrows. The black hexagram mark on the scale shot a dark light into the sky. The third hexagram mark appeared. It's finally time for the meeting between the 6 kings and the dark demon monarch. And Yu Xiaoyao, my brother's life isn't that easy to take. This young figure was naturally Zhu Yi. He took a step forward, and his speed was so fast that even time seemed to be shortened. From this, it could be seen. His control of his bloodline ability, the power of time. It was much more profound than Zhu Huang's. The two were not on the same level at all. Just as the clouds were moving, the Iza clan, 1 man and 2 women, 3 figures appeared in the void. They were Jun Xiaoyao, Kagura, and Su Hongyi, who had rushed over from the War God Academy. And on the 3 of them, there was also a black light shooting out, turning into a black hexagram mark that was imprinted in the sky. In an instant, 6 hexagram marks were imprinted in the sky. The last king has also appeared. Including us, the 6 kings have gathered. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the mark of the 6 paths in the sky with a relaxed expression, showing no signs of nervousness or fear. He was about to come into contact with the deepest secrets of the foreign realm. This was something that no one in the celestial realm could do. If he really found out some peerless secret, Jun Xiaoyao would undoubtedly be a great contributor to the celestial realm. Of course, all of this would be discussed after reaching the unspeakable place. By the way, I want to ask you something. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the 2 women. Kagura and Su Hongyi both looked at Jun Xiaoyao. If that Noro is really the Dark Devil Monarch, then doesn't that mean that he also has the right to command you? Then, who do you listen to? The 6 kings were led by the Dark Devil Monarch. Kagura and Su Hongyi were both part of the 6 kings, but they were also controlled by the Dark Devil Monarch. Su Hongyi didn't pause for even a second. Her blood-red eyes were filled with loyalty and determination. It was the young master who gave me a new life. I am the young master's subordinate, and I only listen to the young master's orders. If that Dark Devil Monarch dares to harm the young master, I will not let him go. As Su Hongyi spoke, her blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. It was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao's enemy was her enemy as well. Kagura was speechless for a moment. Then, she smiled charmingly and said, First King's Palace, what are you talking about? I have always been on your side. Besides, you are the first king. You don't have to lower your head in front of the dark devil monarch. Kagura was obviously not as loyal as Su Hongi, who was even willing to give up her life for Jun Xiaoyao. She only felt gratitude and admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. She even had a hint of lust for Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind. He smiled and said, "All right, let's go and meet them." The three figures broke through the void and headed toward the source of the dark hexagram, which was also the direction of the fog. The entire chaotic demon sea was stirred up. It wasn't just the chaotic demon sea. It was to the extent where on the foreign side's 10 great provinces side, one could similarly see the 6 dark hexagram imprints engraved in the sky dome. The 6 kings of destruction have gathered. Many important figures and ancient existences sighed. Perhaps the 6 kings hadn't grown up yet. But as time passed, the 6 kings would eventually grow into the immortal kings of destruction. At that time, it would be a great calamity for the immortal realm. Styx River Province, the deepest underground of the Ars Academy. This was a place that no one in the academy could set foot in. Because the one cultivating in seclusion here was the ancient supreme of the Ars Academy, the Shanao of Beek. At this moment, in an underground blessed abode, there was a huge commotion. A bald old man with a turtle shell on his back and white hair on his temples came to the depths of the paradise. The old man looked ordinary and didn't have any aura. He even looked old. No one would have guessed that this ordinary-looking old man was the famous Ars Academy, the Shanao of Beech. At this moment, the Shanao of Beech looked into the depths of the paradise. There was a misty aura there, which isolated all divine wills from prying. Even karma was blocked. One could only vaguely sense that a blurry white-clothed figure was quietly sitting inside. Vaguely, a terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens, shake the universe, and suppress the world was brewing. It was like a dragon hidden in the abyss. "Sir, the 6 kings have all appeared. They should be heading to the unspeakable lands." The Shanao of Beech cupped his hands towards the misty depths. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be so shocked that their scalps would explode. A famous immortal king of the foreign realm actually addressed a mysterious existence as Sir. This was simply an unbelievable thing.